पे laptop काम कर रहे हैं, very nice. You have a great audience. Okay. Very quickly, कौन से कॉलेज से आप कौन से कॉलेज से? Sudhir Chand. How many of you are from Sudhir Chand Institute? Okay, nice. Saint Xavier's. एक अकेला भाई. अच्छा दो लोग. Yeah, she's an alumni. Okay, how many of you are from say HIT? Hades. अच्छा Hades crowd एक तरफ बैठ गया. ये लाइक हम लोग फुट बना के ही चलेंगे. शेर अकेला चल रहा है भाई. वो उधर एक है शायद from JVS. वो अकेला चल रहा है बेचारा. Okay, how many of you from IEM? क्या तुम लोग HIT के लिए हाथ उठाए थे अभी? अच्छा नाइस. UEM वाले कितने? अच्छा आधा क्राउड तो IEM UEM ने बंद कर लिया. नाइस. और कौन? MSIT 1 2 हाय सब बढ़िया. बैचो सी बैठ. Okay, which other colleges are there? Anyone who has जिसको mention नहीं किया मैंने? Yeah, Techno India एक बार में सारे उठा लो यार. कोलकाता में एक वही तो कॉलेज है, यूनिवर्सिटी. RCCIT, NSCC का है, NSCC. Yeah. We are not. Sorry. BPIT, which is Buzz. Yes, I met you at the Gate of Field Day. Yeah, Buzz Institute, just one. Lone Warrior. Okay, let's also BP what that. Okay, thanks. What good is your college? Right? Where are you coming from? Haldiram. Okay. Nice. Probably you wanted a day-2 ticket. You go pasta. Yeah. So day-2 ticket would be a bit less informal, more straight, more formal. So I'm like really honest about this. Like, आज ज़्यादा मजा आएगा. Okay, at least you all will be carrying something. कल मैं promise नहीं कर सकता. ठीक है. Okay. Yeah. Anyone who I did not mention. कोई कोलकाता से बाहर से आया? Anyone? Kolkata. Okay. A lot of you. Okay. West Bengal से बाहर. Yeah. Okay. There's speaker. Yes. So one of our speakers today is coming from Patna. Samastipur. Okay. And there's Shubham who is coming from Ranchi. Ranchi, right? Great. So I guess our answers are ready. Interesting. Ready. Okay. So I guess the stage is yours. मैं और टाइम नहीं खाऊंगा. We should start the event now. Are we live? Are we live? Great. So we have a live stream link running. If you want to send it to your friends who would not come here, please do. Please share it on social media. Please share our posts with hashtag #CCDKOL. Right? Do you know this hashtag #CCDKOL? आप लोग के सबके tickets में है. Right? All your tickets on the right side, you will see hashtag #CCDKOL. Post with that. Also remember that we are not GDG Kolkata. We are GDG Cloud Kolkata, right? We are. हम ऊपर वाले. Yes. Right? Remember that. When you post us, tag us, do anything, just remember that हम लोग बहुत ऊपर से आ रहे हैं. ठीक है? We are Cloud Kolkata. You will remember that, everyone. We are Cloud Kolkata, right? किसको याद नहीं हुआ? नहीं हुआ? ठीक है, चलो. Our handle is GDG Cloud KOL, right? जहाँ भी तुम करना चाहो tag, it's GDG Cloud KOL, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, right? GDG KOL, GDG Cloud KOL, yeah. Okay, Anders, over to you.
A very good morning to all the attendees present here today and to our esteemed speakers, and warm greeting to each and everyone in the audience today. Welcome to Southern College of Engineering and Technology for Cloud Communities 22, organized by GDG Kolkata. the organizing committee extend our warm appreciation for attending the event today. And for your assistance, you will see team members wearing green ribbons for anything, any help, contact us. And one on a serious note, kindly keep your phones on silent so that we do not enjoy any disturbance.
Without further ado, we'd like to start the event. To begin with, we have the first speaker, Abhishek Gandhi. Abhishek Gandhi brings in a mixture of experience in research, aptitude, and large industry exposure. He's an entrepreneur, a teacher, author, researcher, and a dream catcher. He has worked on various domains such as pharmaceutical, manufacturing, and retail, and has led several teams on research and product development. He has a BTech degree and a crucial mind. He's also an Intel Black Belt developer and a coveted open source Intel award given to people who have contributed to Intel open source contribution. He has presented his research work on reinforcement learning at ACM SIGGRAPH 2018. He has been invited, educated at several leading premium education institutions in India. So without further ado, I would like to request you to come on the stage and address. Welcome all. Good morning. I'm not able to hear you. Good morning. Okay, let's start it. So before we have 2 days session that would be much more tedious. So the first thing I would like to mention is like thanks to all of them for making this event possible. And we have last I go back to 2018 when we formed the it was a very small team, but coming along the years, we have seen a lot of changes. Like Anubhav is leading the community right now. So I would just give you a brief history of like how the community thing works. So it was in the year 2012 when I was first asked to go for a visit, like being in the audience itself in Orissa, where there was a talk from Brady Gaster. He's also Microsoft advocate from Redmond itself. So it was the first time I was able to see such kind of event. So that thing propelled me. Like, what are the things I can do on my own? So I started doing stuff from 2012 itself. And it was in the year 2013 when I thought, like, let's do a session. So I presented my work on creative coding in the year 2013 Google Cloud Community Meet. That was the first meet we had after several of years. And before that, I guess he is not here, but I would like to mention his name. He was founder of Google Cloud Community. No, not that. It was somebody else. So we'll just showcase his work because he was very useful and helpful to others. And now he's in US, completed his MS. Being on the community side, that was like clouds for me because when I started, I was not into the developer domain. I worked in a company called Sapient for 2 years in New Delhi and I came back. And after that, I started the community. The first thing was like, how can the community be connected to people? And the next thing was like, from community, what I can get. Because after doing the community work itself for like 7 and 8 years, it has helped me to gain so much awareness, also technical expertise, and also helped me to excel my career itself. Because starting as a software developer, within so many people, it was very tough. Okay. I cannot call myself as a very good developer, but I learned from people. So that helps us to grow. So learning and caring, like sharing your work, is very essential. Okay. So Calcutta itself. I remember it was NGDC Game Developer Conference in Pune. And after that, the first thing happened, like from people from Microsoft, they also asked me like, to be a part of this innovative community called Microsoft. Every community there are some kind of areas. When you talk about Google, it's Google developer. So we have a session for Shayam tomorrow. So he is one of the best person in mind is machine learning. Okay? If you need any assistance to Google, people you should look up because when you are sitting in the crowd, you should think like what I can do next. What are the things I can do? Okay. So as you are from the engineering background itself, I would like you all to explore because if you are not exploring today's world, everything is sweet. But we have to see what are the things we can access. It was in the year 2018 when we formed this Google Cloud community. And after that, we did a lot of sessions, not only in Calcutta, but we took the sessions to Northeast. Okay. Because we thought like if you are not going to that phase, you are not able to see the extremist part of the Eastern India where we can take, we can connect with people and we can see like what are the things they need. So we went from Calcutta to Guwahati, then we moved to Shillong itself. There is an institute called Northeastern University. We have done 3 sessions across there. So it helped us to grow in immense way because when I was doing my work as a freelance in 2013, I was thinking of more in terms of like what community can bring us. Okay. So let me just share you my journey. Like when I started, there was something called top coder. How many of you know about it? Do you participate regularly on it? Yes, no, maybe. I would definitely suggest you to go in for the monthly skill builder challenge because till now I participate. Okay. It helps us to grow. And that community not only helps us to grow, but in terms of doing your work, they award you with a lot of things. Okay. So I remember the year was 2013 and 2014 itself, 2014, when Switch was declared. How many of you know about Apple Switch? So they had a challenge across trading for 3 months. We participated in it. So when we started our startup journey itself, form a company and all, what we did was we thought of like getting in the money from Computer itself. So we had like 6 or 7 people working, 6 or 7 people working together and doing the coding itself. And it was very challenging because people from China, Japan, US, they were there. And you had to finish the software side. That helped us to things and also grow. And in between time, you see like regular meetups been happening. So I would suggest you to come on those meetups and also connect. And apart from that, I would just take some questions if you have any queries on this. Any questions? Right? Okay, so let's carry on.
So after being a part of this community itself, it was in the year 2015, I was awarded the Microsoft MVP award on Windows platform. And I was there in 2015, 16, 17. But after that, somehow I was more involved towards the startup that I was working and I was the company that I was working for. And I didn't get so much time. So probably after that, the contribution went lesser. But each and every individual, if you just put in that accelerator button and you can accelerate yourself to the next level, I would say it would be a different ball game altogether because there would be people who will be assisting you. There are a lot of hackathons happening where you can participate. I remember the year it was 2014 when I went to Delhi and I was thinking like what I can do next because at that time I was doing something on my own. But on that particular event from Google itself, there was a hackathon being there where we were asked to make some applications. And knowingly or unknowingly, I was among the best top 50 developers around that. Okay. So it helps us to also network with people, because when they are asking, when they are coming, they give you a lot of opportunities. So I would request all of you to be present on those events itself, because it helps us immensely. And from there, the journey started. I have written 4 books on game development as well as machine learning, and also some tools itself. And my expertise, I don't think like I am distributed to one particular thing itself, because I challenge myself to learn more. So currently I am more towards high performance computing, where you have the machine learning practical applications. But one thing that lacks is like, out of 100 projects, only 15% of the project gets the limelight, or they are in production itself. Okay. So why this is happening? There is a major funnel that is there, and there lies an opportunity where you cannot be ML engineers, all of you, but you can do certain things on supercomputing or like high performance computing, where there is a need for manpower. Okay. So I would like to ask to you, like, you can segregate your career goal itself, being an ML engineer, or say developer also. We can have full stack developers itself. Like, there is different path to chalk upon. Okay. So apart from that, I would request other community members also to speak. We have a very young entrepreneur on our side, Anubhav, who is like very prolific on his work. So it was our dream project where DynoPy came into being. So I would request Anubhav also to speak on certain topics. Okay. Before going into that, we have Kazi also. He's very good into IoT, and he has also got very good experience. So I would like you to show you the figures, like who are the stalwarts for Calcutta itself. Okay. So I would request Kazi. Okay.
आवाज आ रही है? Okay, yeah. I was asked to speak about a bit about myself, a bit about DynoPy, right? Yeah, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself earlier. I'm the GDG Cloud Kolkata organizer, and I have my organizing team here with me, and the volunteers team as well. You will find all the organizers wearing yellow ribbon, yellow lanyards, and all the volunteers who are also sitting in the audience there wearing green lanyards. Right. So yeah, that is about GG Cloud Kolkata. Besides that, I founded a company with Abhishek, and we have another co-founder, Kazi. We are also sponsors for this event, right? So DynoPy is actually a deep tech AI startup, and we work on bringing AI applications to communication technologies, right? So the main 2 products that we are building, one of them is a real-time voice accent changer, and the other is a virtual call center on cloud using AI agents, right? So more about these later. That was about me and my company. And besides that, if you want to talk to me about Google Summer of Code, Google Venkat Panchapakeshan Memorial Scholarship, or Intel Software Innovator, a bit about machine learning, a bit about web, a bit about everything else, right? Just ping me. I'm always available, almost always available, right? Unless 200 of you are pinging me at the same time, I cannot answer. Sorry. Yeah, that's about me. Thank you. Over to you, Abhishek.
I would ask Nasrul also to come. Yeah, let's speak because he has been very good in IoT, so we can learn from his experience too.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hi. So my name is Mohammed Nasrul Haq. I'm passed out from Netaji Subhash. So I saw a few crowd from here from NSCC. So hello. You able to hear at the back? So I'm passed out from NSCC itself. So I can see a crowd of NSCC over here. So if you would have known your seniors, I was very much into the robotics and the IoT side. So my main work includes like for the living, I work in TCS from where I get the money, and then I spend it, and then I spend it everything on the robotics, which is my hobby. So I earn from TCS and spend it on my hobby. So so in the robotics field, I build a lot of things. Then apart from that, like recently when the cloud bubble burst, then we have a lot of things on the cloud. You might see dedicated IoT products on GCP itself, which you can use to deploy your microcontrollers and those stuffs. So tomorrow I'll be having a session related to it with one of my co-speakers. So that will be on like how to get those IoT devices to cloud and the data. So apart from that, very good. Thank you to the organizers who given me an opportunity to speak and be a part of this community. So thank you all for attending.
Thank you, Nasrul. I would request Shayak also to come and speak about like he's one of the best in machine learning. Can we have a warm applause for him?
No.
নমস্কার সুপ্রভাত গুড মর্নিং কি বললাম নমস্কার বললাম না ঠিক আছে thanks for coming and thanks Abhishek da for calling me out here today. I hope you folks have a great time over here and it's okay to skip a few talks. I mean it's absolutely okay if you skip mine, you know, because I think it's like what 3 years after 3 years we have been having a flagship event in tech in Kolkata. So it's important that you network with people, meet them in person, say hi, greet them, ask about stuff, personal, professional. As long as we are in our boundaries, I think it's okay. But interact with people. I think that's one of the most important bits. And as Abhishek also mentioned, it's important that you are thinking about the community, at least contributing your 1% to the community that is helping you to grow and grow higher. So yeah, I mean I'm happy to discuss anything about open source, life in general, machine learning and stuff. So yeah, feel free to grab me for any discussion. I'll be always open. So I'll be around. Feel free to grab me. Cool.
Thank you, Shagda. Now that request Abhishek Nandi sir for his session.
Hello, hello, hello.
Password. Scan. प्रॉक्सी सेट करना होता है हाँ प्रॉक्सी की सेटिंग ओपन करो कंट्रोल पैनल large icons internet options 172.16.1.3.1 अच्छा इधर लाइव स्ट्रीम का वो जूम का लिंक शेयर है शुभांजन राव just join स्क्रीन पे प्रेजेंट कर दूं microphone allowed no I don't think so microphone को लेगा ऑडियो এটা ভালো করে এই অডিওটা নেওয়া হবে আর কিন্তু এ তো অ্যাট লিস্ট তো নেবে না অ্যালাউ তো হ্যাঁ মাইক্রোফোন লাগবে না think it is sharing directly.
Hello all. So tweet for before starting, if you want to tweet, the hashtag is hashtag CCD call. Okay. So hashtag CCD call. Okay. If you want to tweet about this event, you can do. So my session would be on high performance computing in cloud using one API. Might be that the cloud is internet might not be extraordinary. So what I have done is that I pulled it up using my local as well as cloud. Okay. So we'll go through it. About me, I've already mentioned I'm Abhishek Gandhi. I'm co-founder of DynoPy. I'm also Intel software innovator as well as Intel certified instructor as well as ex Microsoft MVP on Windows platform. Okay. So about me, I would like to mention like I am Intel Black Belt developer as well as top 50 innovators in Make in India. It was in the year 2015. I was awarded this and I was fortunate enough to be in IIM Ahmedabad to get the training. That also helped me to get the US visa itself because when they saw this particular certificate from Government of India, there was no question asked on the visa interview itself. First time I didn't get it in the year 2013. So it was my second attempt because I'm just asking because many people might be looking to travel in US. So you should have something that supports your travel. Okay. They ask you like if you want to go to US, you have certain things to come back to India. Okay. So be prepared for that. And also I have been part of the CGRAPH 2018. It's an annual computer graphics conference that happens. It concluded last month itself, and we were fortunate enough to hear a lot of stuff from NVIDIA, Google, and also Intel and Microsoft. Okay. I'm also Udacity Nano Degree content creator, where I have contributed to the Open Vino Nano Degree program, as well as currently working on MLOps content of them, as well as a recipient of the Intel AI Worldwide Awards in 2019. I had a very good knack for game development. That was like I was among the final ultimate VR code challenge finalist, author of 5 books, written 5 research papers, and I was awarded this is a story. Like I was awarded Intel Black Belt from Ajay Bhatt. Everybody uses pen drive, I guess. So he is the co-creator of USB. So I was awarded from him itself, and I was among the top 25 finalists in Intel IoT Worldwide Challenge, founding member of the Google Cloud community, as well as I'm presenting at Intel One API Dev Summit, Southeast Asia. Okay, so let's start the session. The first thing that comes to the mind, if we talk about HPC, what exactly it is? Any kind of reference? Yeah. We would like to make the session more interactive because if we are sharing thoughts, it becomes very easier. The flow is very easy.
Hello. Hello.
As far as I can say that high performance computing is like taking a big uh, task which requires a lot of computing processes and distribute or segregate among different servers such that it can be processed fast.
Okay, perfect. What's your name?
Shotobruto.
Shadabhudev.
Shotobroto.
Shotobroto, okay. So Shotobroto mentioned about high performance computing. I will just break it down. Like we have process and we have threads, isn't it? Like which one is bigger? Is process bigger or a thread bigger? Process, thread, hands. What about threads? Which one is the first? If you go into the hierarchy, which would come up first? Okay, so thread is a subset of a process, isn't it? So what happens is like nowadays we have machine learning workloads, like we have terabytes of data coming in, isn't it? So when this data comes in, we have to take care of this streaming part, because nowadays we see there is something called digital twins. I guess many of you have heard about it. For that, you have streaming data always. And this streaming data needs to be managed in different ways. So what we do is like, we use servers as well as some kind of workload that supports us. Okay. In terms of those, we use system parallelism that comes within that's inherited in different kind of languages itself. In C# is there, C++ is there, Python is also there. So that's the way it gets the things started. So HPC is the ability to process data and perform complex calculation of higher speeds. There is something called sparse matrix. I guess people who have learned about data structure, they know about it. It's a very important thing. Why do we call it sparse? We call it sparse because there are a number of zeros, more zeros in it when a matrix. But in terms of doing dot product or cross product of a lot of these matrices, when it comes into picture, it becomes very difficult, because we are dealing with something called high performance data. Okay. Or not high performance, it's high dimensional data. Okay. So what exactly is high dimensional? If we have a vector that has got lot of information, say I talk about this college itself, I cannot say that for this college there is only one stream which is the best. There might be lot of streams that acts together. Okay. So what are we doing? We are distributing the information. So when we are distributing the information, there is something called overfitting that comes into the picture. So to reduce this overfitting, we have to deal with this data. For that, we have to have certain kind of applications that are very useful. And here HPC comes into the picture. So to put into perspective, a laptop or a desktop with a 3 gigahertz processor can perform around 3 billion calculations. Just think about 3 billion calculations per second. While that is much faster. But when we talk about high performance computing, it's teraflops of data that we are working on. So it pales in comparisons to HP solutions that can perform quadrillions of calculations per second. Okay. Because now when you are talking in terms of quantum computing, there is something called qubit, where we have entanglement happening. Okay. So there is a shift between a particular period of time the object is in. For those, we need lot of amount of data that needs to be done, because that doesn't happen with the binary system we have. So for that, we have to have certain kind of application. So there is a need for HPC itself right now. Okay. So I will just move to the next slide. One of the best known HPC solution is the supercomputer. So I guess, you know, like many of the colleges or like premier institute, they have different kind of supercomputers. In ISI Kolkata, there is there. Okay. You go to IIT Kharagpur as well as JU, as well as you go to ISM Dhanbad. There are supercomputers like Sparse. These are the supercomputers that can do a lot of applications. So when we work on this kind of applications, you cannot directly run a program. Will you agree or not? Because when you go to this kind of colleges, they allocate you a time and also a batch to run the process. So you have to write a script for that so that your program runs into the structure and it gets into the entire stack of information that's there. So it works together. So multiple amount of applications working together to get a common goal. Okay, that might be the ability of the thread to do the things. So that's the way a supercomputer works. So a supercomputer contains thousands of compute nodes that work together to complete one or more tasks. Okay. So how many of you know about operating systems? Okay, so I guess you would be knowing about how there is a deadlock happening. Okay, so if you're working with processes and it is running forever, it doesn't help the CPU. Then what happens is like the entire multi-threading process is getting in a loop. So to track down this particular process which are not needed or which are zombie, we have to kill it and also start the regular process in tandem. For that, we are looking into threads as well as different ways to interact. There is a keyword called async that's there in very much in different kind of programming languages that helps to take this task together and also to stop it when it's needed. We can block it and we can bring it back. Okay. This is called parallel processing. So parallel processing is a very important term in terms of HPC because when we are considering high performance computing, there might be a lot of work that goes together to do a common goal. Let's talk about drones. Okay. When there is this kind of application working together, there are military applications where different drones work together to achieve a common goal. Okay. So that's the way things work. Now, why HPC is important? It is through data that groundbreaking scientific discoveries are made. If you talk about high dimensional data, do you think of any kind of data set that is very prevalent right now? Yeah, that's storage you're talking about. I'm talking about data, type of data. Each and every individual right now over here, if I term them as an object, you have each and every individual have a different gene structure, isn't it? There might be lot of information hidden in the gene. So when we accumulate this data and we bring it into a picture, it becomes high dimensional data. But when you are considering this, each object has different kind of gene structures. So the number of features for an individual can be numerous. So when the size of the features is greater than the number of people right now, we are dealing with something called HPC. Okay. So genetics, genome structures, studying them, sequencing them using single cell RNA methods, we need HPC itself. Okay. And this is a very vast scope because when you're talking in terms of cancer mutations, you have to take the data and you have to find where the mutation has occurred. So with certain information, you can also study why the changes are there. Okay. So HPC is very important right now. HPC is the foundation of scientific, industrial, and societal advancement. To keep a step ahead of competition, organizations need lightning fast, high reliable IT infrastructure to process, store, and analyze massive amount of data. Okay. So any questions till this point? Let's be free. Like if you, this might be a very new topic to you, but we are like friends. You can ask any question. Yeah.
So can you please, it's a bit related to you talked about parallelism, right? So what is the basic difference between something that is concurrent and something that is parallel, and is there any similarities between the two?
So there might be some kind of stuff, some kind of work that is very repetitive. Okay. So we have to differentiate between that parallel and concurrent. Okay. So for that, we need to have certain kind of rules that defines the program. So that's the way. Or if you want to know more on that, we can talk in terms of programming or itself. Uh, it was in the year 2017 where I was talking in terms of C# threading. So multitasking is very much popular in C#, and parallelism and concurrent, it goes hand in hand, because there might be a lot of program latency happening for a very big program that's running. So how do you segregate those? That comes into the picture. Okay. So I'm just going forward. How does HPC work? So HPC works on three pillars. It is compute, network, and storage. Excuse me. So if you don't have a very good computational power, you cannot work with HPC. Network means internet. When you are streaming the data, you need a very high bandwidth internet. And storage. So teraflops of data are there. You need to store it and also utilize it. So on our topic today, I would be covering one API and also JAX. So JAX is a language from Google itself. It's on experimental basis, and it allows us to do certain kind of application using numerical analysis, NumPy itself, on an advanced manner. Okay, so I would be sharing more information on this. If you have laptops, you can take notes. I will share the slides. To get the one API downloader, I mean the file that you need, it's there in the internet, and it's open source. Okay. JAX, we are working on high order calculations. So these are the two things we will cover. So when you are talking about NumPy, NumPy is fast. But when we bring JAX into the picture, it helps us to run your Python functions in runtime itself. Okay. And makes the program much more optimized for accelerators. Accelerators means CPU, GPU, also different kind of devices that are there. So features of JAX. We can differentiate between Python and NumPy functions. So it is very useful when you are doing this kind of work itself. And you know back propagation in machine learning? Yes, no, maybe. So we have something called derivatives of derivatives of derivatives. So we can dig in deeper into that back propagation cycle back and forth using JAX. So JAX has something called Xla engine. Okay. So it helps us to make those application matrices and calculation very faster. Okay. So what exactly JAX can do? It can fuse operations. That means you are doing a very complex calculation to do back and forth between the transpose of a matrix or say cross product. It is very faster. Then instead of time consuming process, data gets streamed to the next operation. So there is some kind of information flow that's happening. It's not disconnected. It's very easy to access. Runs efficiently in GPUs and TPUs. Okay. So that's a very important part. We'll see a demo of that also. And more on JAX features. Allows us to use the just-in-time compiler. So just-in-time compiler, why is it useful? Because on the go, you can check on the Python functions that you are created and run it accordingly, and also to run it very fast. Then we are into the Xla Optimized Kernels. That means that when we are using those JAX module, we directly use an API call from JIT itself. Okay. Now there are two important functions in JAX. One is called PMAP, another is called VMAP. Do you know about it? PMAP, any idea, like your wild guesses what it can be? primary map, yeah. Process map and GPU map. Okay. Anything else? It's parallel mapping. Okay. And VMAP is vectorized mapping. Okay. So run PMAP is very useful. It runs across devices. We can you do multiple GPU operations. It's more parallel and make faster calculations. So again, we are talking about VMAP used for automatic vectorization, can handle batch of data with single wrapper function. Okay, so that's a specialty of VMAP. Okay, so let's go to the demo. I will just see if the internet is pulling up. So I will share this Colab repository with you where you can see the notebook. You can also tinker around, you can change. So first thing is like installing the JAX library. So you can, so one crux about JAX is that in Windows, it doesn't work directly. Okay. So you are not able to work on Windows. Other way around, if you have a Windows system, you have to install Windows subsystem for Linux. Then you can work with JAX. Okay. So first thing is like we connect to the notebook that we have, and we will install the JAX library using pip install upgrade JAX, and let's see it's connecting. Okay. So the first thing what we are doing is importing JAX. So that's the base point of JAX library, and within there are a lot of inbuilt functions that we can utilize. So in the first step itself, we are importing JAX. We are doing the entire thing in Python itself. Okay. In the second step, we are checking for the devices that are supported over here. Okay. So if I just click on JAX devices, it says that GPU device, we have an ID equal to 0 and process is not there. So it's not directly using GPU itself. And this particular command, that is NVIDIA SMI, it allows us to see if we have any GPUs available right now to use. Yeah. Okay. Is it visible right now? Yes, sir. Yeah. Welcome. So the step one, as you have seen, it's importing JAX. Okay. The second step is JAX devices. It allows us to see if you are doing. So this particular command, NVIDIA SMI, it allows you to see like what are the devices or the GPU accelerators running on your system. Okay. So currently you can see like it says we have a Tesla T4 that's off right now, and also the entire usage and all. Okay. Okay. So I'm not running all of the cells because I have to cover other topic also, and we have speakers waiting. So the next thing is that we are importing JAX NumPy. So that NumPy is very useful when you are doing very high order performance or operations you want to. The first thing you would see, if I just import it and also select a random key generator from it, what exactly it does. Now we will see the type of structure we have in the JAX itself when you are doing the application. If we just key in the next command, where we have the key and the sub key, and also we have randomized generator that we have. Now here, if we do a dot product between both of the variables that we have declared, and we see, you'll see just the type of structure that's been created. Okay. Now, if I want to see what's there in the X variable that we have declared, if I just click on this, you have see like a matrix like application of an array that's huge. Okay, it's very huge data that we are working on. Okay. So further ado, we have gone through HPC. I think things are getting much more boring. So let's just visually see how the things work. Okay, I will show and share a small video on HPC. Just grab few concepts of it. It's a 2 to 3 minutes video.
Solve these large problems. This evolved over time to smaller, just as powerful computers with fewer and more specialized processors that shared their memory. They used fewer processors and...
Okay. So in this video, we'll see like what exactly is HPC. Just go through the video, you will come to know how the things work. Okay.
Performance computing uses supercomputers and computer clusters to solve advanced computational problems. Computational problems that require computing power and performance that is beyond the capabilities of a typical desktop computer or a workstation. These large computational problems exist in numerous fields, such as science, engineering, or business. In the beginning, large and very expensive computers with multiple processors were built. They were called supercomputers. These supercomputers operated as a single system and worked to solve these large problems. This evolved over time to smaller, just as powerful computers with fewer and more specialized processors that shared their memory. They used fewer processors and smaller chips. So instead of hundreds and thousands of processors, they went down to 4 to 8 and used more focused instruction sets. These new processors were different. They were called vector processors and could perform floating point computations at a greater speed than before. What followed due to ever-increasing memory requirements was the usage of distributed memory, where each processor had its own dedicated memory space. For this to be useful, the processes needed a way to communicate with each other. This required a message to be passed. With this began the era of distributed memory computers and message passing. Thanks to message passing, computational workloads could now be run across multiple commodity servers, all connected together via a high-speed networking link. This was vital to the development of HPC, as it allowed an ever greater number.
Okay, so you saw like exactly how the things are, and you need this video. Okay, I will share it across. Okay. Now, because we have a time crunch, I would share some information on one API, because that was also a topic that we were supposed to cover. And let's just go through. So I have installed the one API toolkit in my computer itself. So when you install it, at first go, you will get something called one API command prompt. Okay. So I guess everybody is using Windows right now. Okay. So to get started, what you need to do is like you have to click on one API. Automatically, the command prompt will come. Okay. So we need to click on that. It will initialize a batch process for us, and the things are get initiated. Okay. So first thing you see, like the tools that are already installed, you will see in one go itself. The picture is there. Now, to get started with this interface, we have CLI. Okay. So for that, what you need to do is you need to key in one API dash CLI that takes you to this interface where you have pre-built programs. Okay. So we are inside the system. Now you see there are three options itself. First would be create a project. Second would be view one API docs. If you're very new to one API, you can go through the document itself. Okay. Now, if I just click on create a project, there are options like you can do it in CPP. We have installed the C++ version. That's why it's showing me like this. And if I just select it, you have the entire listing of the programs that are there. Okay. So this is the thing that looks right now. You have this as a base for developing your applications. Now, if I just select one of those, I will just select vector add itself as an example, and you have to key in the enter keyword, and it says like it wants to build you the project. Okay, I will just click on create. Okay, so the project has been created at my end. Did somebody notice like we had an error? Access is denied. What exactly might be the issue? We don't have the admin privileges. So we have to run the application as an administrator. Just click on yes once again. We are through. I will just click on one API. CLI itself. Okay, it says that the project has been successfully created. Do you think this project will run right now? Will we be able to see the output? Yes, no, maybe. This is an interface to create the solution. Okay, either, yeah. Okay. Zoom in? Yeah. So this is the way the things are being created. I would just click on quit. Okay. So you see like the system, it's being created in system 32, vector add. Okay. Just quit it. So a folder has been created as vector add. I'll just zoom it. Here is the folder vector add. I will double click on it. It says a solution file has been generated. So it's a Visual Studio file. I mean, you can run it in Visual Studio Code as well as the normal Visual Studio. I have the Visual Studio installed in my site. I'll just open it up. So the file is getting loaded in Visual Studio. Okay, so there might be some issues with it. It's not allowing me to load the solution file in the Visual Studio. So the general thing is that when you have into this particular option, there is something called extension at the top. I will just show it. Here you have the extension. Here you have something called Intel, and you can have the visual Intel VTune, the profiler also to see the performance of the program, and also you can create your one API project. So if I just click on it, it takes me to the templates that are already there installed. DPC++, it's that data parallel C++. The base of it is SQL. SQL is also based popularly on C++, but added the element of parallelism into it. Okay, so we select this console application. And we click on next. It suggests you to name it accordingly, and we'll just click on create. So the program is ready, and if you just click on the local Windows debugger itself, this will run the application for you. Okay. Since we have a little bit crunch on the time side, other speakers are waiting. Before ending, if you need any kind of assistance on going through the entire one API process, or like installing if you face issue, and where you can go get the open source stuff itself, we can look into it. And before ending, you might be asking like, what are the applications you can do with machine learning with high amount of data? Okay. So will it be very specific, like if we visualize the data itself? How many of you know about creative coding? Okay. So we'll go through the video to end my topic because we don't have so much time, and I had a lot of examples to cover. I don't have time to go through the entire thing. Let's just go through the video itself.
Easy to get lost in the peak Amazon's fuel installation. But dig a little deeper, and you realize his work is made up of millions of tiny bits. And then every single little point represents a piece of data that he sent through a neural network to show us his vision of our future.
I was always like trying to speculate this idea of can data become a pigment. At the and the data is truly numbers that has no kind of any skin or skeleton. But what I'm trying to do as an artist is find the algorithm that can narrate the movement of data, kind of like make that invisible moment visible.
Enormous data sets inspire most of Anadol's art, and he uses machine intelligence and algorithms to create visualizations, what he calls data sculptures, like this piece called Machine Hallucination. He started by finding 113 million images of New York online
and let the machine learn from this entire corpus of data. And then we also find a way to erase the humans from this data and only focus on the buildings, nature, and environments that is a collective memory of New York.
Once all of the images of people were removed, Anadol was left with 10 million pictures of New York. He fed them through a machine learning algorithm that generates visual association as it learns. For example, when it sees multiple photos of the Statue of Liberty taken from slightly different angles, the algorithm interpolates information to help it create a moving, shifting image that represents the entire life cycle of the structure.
Machine looks at this information like a human being, but it's kind of more like a collective memories than a personal memory, because a building in New York can be explored by thousands of perspectives from multiple angles, from different time of the year. It's more like an honest memory for a machine because it feels more totalitarian and like feels everything and everyone than just one person.
Anadol covered the walls and the floor of a boiler room in a building in Lower Manhattan with this machine-interpreted dynamic landscape. If you ask him, he'll tell you that the machine is dreaming.
When a machine learns from outputs and memories like this, it can create an alternative reality. It looks at the patterns of the trees, the buildings, the nature, the people, every single thing hidden inside this image corpus. Seeing a machine giving a context to data and creating an hallucinative output was something like really inspiring.
Anadol created this piece to celebrate the centennial of the LA Philharmonic, using 500,000 images, thousands of audio recordings, and hundreds of videos from the orchestra's archives. He fed all that into a series of algorithms that turned it into these extraordinary projected images.
By using the algorithms, the entire archive of the Philharmonic becomes a shape of three-dimensional outputs. We were able to see all the data.
Okay, so if you need the video, it's around 10 minutes long, and it's there in YouTube. It's completely free, and also there have been citations for different kind of algorithms that's being used. So I guess I don't have much time, but before ending, if you have any questions, you can ask. Yeah. Mike,
so I have a few questions. Like we have, let's say for Python, we have native ways to implement multi-threading, and we have ways to give different tasks and schedule them into different threads. So how does one API exactly help? Like, is it helping us to implement this multi-threading in an easier way and a faster way, or it's totally different and it's giving us better results?
Yeah, so I won't specify itself on one API. If you talk in terms of JAX itself, you have AutoGrad application, and my topic was more into operations. Like if you want to do higher order operations, sparse matrix, array, different kind of devices, TPUs, definitely this helps because it makes the processing of this application that you're working on very faster. In terms of JAX, you have AutoGrad as well as XLF. In terms of one API, we have something called one API Analytics Toolkit that helps us to make the things faster on Intel architecture. Okay.
And one more thing I just noticed is that one API is storing the output in system32 folder. So how is that safe and how is that okay with Windows dependent?
No, it's just an example. Okay, you can save it anyway. Because I don't have time, I could have created a folder and could have done it otherwise. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay, So before ending, I would like to say that sky is the limit. And I guess everybody knows about Neil Armstrong. So he once said, like, one small step for us, a giant leap for mankind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Abhishek sir, for covering all these things. In this session, we have learned what is HPC, the importance of HPC, and how it works. He also covered how to add Google's JAX library. And I hope you guys have learned a lot of information from this session. Now, our next speaker.
Right. এর একটু পয়েন্টটা লাগিয়ে দিই। অফ করছি ক্যামেরা ক্যামেরা অফ করছি। হালকা ফ্লেয়ার আছে, ট্রান্সপারেন্ট লাইট না, হালকা ফ্লেয়ার আছে।
Fine, check. So now, as we all love binge watching, and we've seen a lot of time we get suggestions depending on the movies or the web series or the web shows that we watch. So what do you think? Are we reading your mind? Well, if you think in that way, it's kind of correct. So to explain more on this, we have our next speaker, Sandeep Palit, who is going to take a session on movie recommender system using NLP. To introduce himself, he loves patterns in data and discover hidden insights. He works in data science domain for the last couple of years, where he has worked primarily as a data engineer and Power BI lead. He also is doing a research in the emerging trends in data science domain, and also is the author of research articles on natural language processing communities, and have been an integral part of his journey. He also likes to love to share his knowledge on data and other insights that he has gained in his journey. So we would like to welcome him for his session.
So am I audible? Yes. Okay, so let's start. So I welcome you all to today's session on movie recommender system using NLP. So already the team gave a lovely intro. Still, I would like to introduce myself. I am Sandeep Pali. I'm currently working as a system engineer at TCS. I'm into the data science domain for the last couple of years. I'm 8-time Microsoft certified and a Kaggle expert. So let's look into today's agenda. We will start with a real life use case. Then we will move into the natural language processing, applications of NLP, recommendation system, types of recommendation system, and lastly we will look into a demo. So let's start. So if you open your phone and just ask him that, hey buddy, what is the capital of India? Will it be able to answer? No, right? That's quite obvious. But you can turn on your Google Assistant and ask, what is the capital of India? It will be able to answer. That's the New Delhi. Because Google Assistant has the capability to understand your voice and then translate it into text, and it will query accordingly and fetch you the result. Okay. That's the power of NLP we just saw. So NLP is a field of AI that gives the machines the ability to read, understand, and derive meaning from human languages. Now, let's look at some of the applications of NLP. It starts with machine translation, speech recognition, sentiment analysis, text classification, chatbots, automatic summarization, spell checking, and recommender system. So, I would like to ask the audience that you just saw a use case, right? So, it falls under which of this category among these 7 or 8? Any guess? Any guess? Anyone? Yeah, it's correct. Speech recognition, because it's initially it recognizes your speech and then querying accordingly. So let's look into this one by one. First, machine translation. So we all have used Google Translate, right? Since here we have people from various parts of the India. So suppose I am delivering a session in Bengali. So some of you might not understand. So Google Translate is the best solution for us. So if you go to the Google Translate site, you can means you can type your text in any language. Like I have translated from English to Bengali. I have typed New Delhi is the capital of India, and it translated to Naya Delhi, Bharat Rajasthan. So we got the text in Bengali, and along with we also see here you can see that we also got how to pronounce that sentence in Bengali. Okay. Now let's moving on to speech recognition. So you all have heard of Google Home. So what it does, it actually recognizes your voice, and when you give any voice command, it translates it into an intent, and accordingly it performs the action. Suppose you have a smart TV, so you can turn it on, you can change the channel, and you can also turn it off. The best way I use Google Home is just for playing music. That's obvious for many of us. Now let's move into sentiment dialysis. So sentiment dialysis, we have mainly three types: positive, neutral, and negative. Suppose we launch a app for our in Google Play Store, and we want to see that how users are interacting with that app. So what we can do, we can have sentiment analysis on the reviews we are getting, and we also find some use cases on the tweet analysis in means before some major events like elections and major events that taking place. So here you can look at an example, that is we have a positive sentiment of great service for an affordable price, and neutral, just book 2 nights at this hotel, and we also have a negative review, that is horrible services, the room was dirty and unpleasant. Now let's look at the text classification, and for that I would like to take the example of Gmail. In Gmail we all have seen the spam folder, right? But we were curious like how data just gets classified into inbox and the spam. So that's the application of NLP, and to be precise, it's a use of text classification, where the engine looks at the content of the data and classifies whether it's a spam or a not spam. Next, we will look into the use case of chatbot. So I believe that we all have interacted with chatbot at least once, especially while ordering our deliveries, or at least while we are buying something online. We interacted with chatbots to get our support. What it does is it already has a predefined knowledge base. So when we ask something, it tries to map it with the knowledge base, and it gives the result accordingly. Now let's look into the automatic summarization. So suppose we are researching on a topic NLP. So we have lots of resources on the internet, but we want to cite the most relevant things in our research paper. So we need to summarize those things, right? So for that, we can use automatic summarization. What it does is it takes all the sentences and tries to get the similarity between those sentences, and it tries to rank them. Suppose you have 10 sentences on the same topic, and it will rank it, and it will suppose it will give you only the 2 sentences. So it will reduce the text you are putting in. Now let's look at the most used NLP use case that we use. Like we use spell checking for everything almost. So to write blogs and to write even posts on social medias, we use it. But can anyone guess what is the UI of each of the app? This is the UI of each app?
Grammar.
Yeah?
Grammar.
Yeah, correct. It's for grammar. And that's the most prominent use case. So let's move with the next topic for today's discussion, that is recommender system. So recommender systems are algorithms aimed at suggesting relevant items to users. like movies to watch, text to read, or products to buy. Now we will look into two types of recommender system, that is collaborative filtering and content-based filtering. In collaborative filtering, what we do is, suppose there are two users. Both of these users watched a superhero movie, that's Avengers. Now we found that user A and user B having the same preference, and then we tag them as similar users. So now next time when user A watch another movie, superhero movie, we will recommend it to the user B also, because we believe that both of them share the same preferences. So user B will also like this thing. Now we will move into content-based filtering. In content-based filtering, what we do is we try to find the similarity between the content. Suppose you today watched a superhero movie, that's Batman. So we will try to find that the content of the description of Batman matches with which of the movies. So, and accordingly, we will recommend you the suggestions. So that is content-based filtering. And today in our demo, we will develop a content-based filtering engine. Okay, so now we will move into the demo part. So for the resources, you can go to this link and you will get a GitHub repository where all the files will be listed. You can just copy it. This part. Here it's done, right? So I'm just moving on. So when we click on this link, you will get to this page. So this has the notebook, IPython notebook, along with the dataset, the sample dataset. So the dataset has been generated from my enlarged dataset. Let's look into this. Yeah. Okay, so the dataset you will get is a part of this dataset that I generated using data engineering a couple of months back. So it has around 48,000 plus movies data. Let's explore the data a bit. So this is the columns we are getting: release date, title, overview, genre, vote average, and vote count. So here you can see the data. Let's look into the column details as well. So first we have the release date. We have all the valid columns, as we can see, 48.4K. And we have the data from minimum 1 Jan 02 to 3rd November 22. Next we have the title, then we have overview, then we have the genre. But one thing to note, the genre is a list of string. Okay, the other ones are string as the title and overview. The release date is in the date format, in YYYY, MM and DD format.
Is it possible to have it zoom in?
Okay, trying to zoom. Yeah. Is it okay now? Perfect. Now let's move on to the vote average. Yes, as you can see that we have the minimum vote as 0, maximum as 10, and these are the interquartile range. And the mean is 4.81. Okay, now go back to the repository. So what we will do, we will download these files by clicking on download zip. We will open these files. Let's extract on my desktop. Perfect. So we have these three files, right? We have the CSV file, we have the notebook file, and the README. So next, we will open the Colab, Google Colab, by clicking on this link. So our collab is ready. We need to upload our notebook. Okay, so everybody got the notebook, right? So we have our notebook ready. So anyone, should I wait for anyone? Or have you got it? Let's upload the data also. That's a So now we have our notebook and our data ready. Let's minimize this thing. Perfect. Now first look at the libraries we are using. We will be using pandas. That's obvious because that's the most important data processing library in Python. We will be using regex for validation. We will be using porta-stemma for the stemming purpose. Then we will be using count vectorizer to transform the text into vectors. Then we will be using hstack to stack the vectors, and then finally we will be using cosine similarity to find the similarity. So I'm importing the dataset by pd.read_csv, and let's find the head of the dataset. That's the first 10 column, this the row. Okay. It has the release date as we saw in the dataset also. It has the release date, the title, the overview, genre, port average, and port count. Let's find the name of the columns as well. As I told, it's release date, title, overview, genre, port average, and port count. But from this dataset, we will only select the title, overview, and genre for our recommendation purpose. Okay, selecting that. Now moving on to the stemming concept. So stemming is a technique used to convert a word into its base form. Porta-stemma is one of the most widely used stemming algorithms. So if you look into these words, develop, developed, developing, and development, all of them share a common root word, that is develop. So suppose we have these 4 words. They almost mean the same in the context, but these will be treated as different words if we go with without this stemming. So what we will do, we will use porta-stemma to transform them into its root form. So let's do it. See, I have created an object of porta-stemma, then I have used the same words, develop, develop, developing, and development, and see how it is performing the stemming. ps.stem, and within that I am giving the word. So this is the output. Now we will move into the pre-processing part. See, here we can see that the title and the overview are mostly text, so we will process them similarly. But for the genre, we need to have a different methodology because it is a list of string. So let's start with the function for title and overview. What we will do, initially we will convert it into a lowercase. Then we will replace, we will keep only the alphabets and the space and replace everything with nothing, means we will remove that. So after that we will split that with respect to space, and we will get it, means each word separately, and on those words we will use the stemming, and again we will join that the space. And here I am just removing the extra spaces that might come in, and finally we are returning the output. But for the genre part, what I am doing is I am removing all those symbols except the alphabets and the space. So if we look into this example, this one, here are only 2 words, action and drama. If we remove that comma, quote, and this bracket sign, we will get only those 2 words. So that's what we are doing here. So let's run it. So here we are adding a new column with the name title processed, and we are processing the title and storing into it. And same for overview processed. But for the genre processed, we are using this method, the extract genre. Now let's find our data set. Yeah. So here you can see how the title changed to title processed, and overview to overview processed, and genre to genre processed. See here we have a list of string, but we have only these three words in our process list. So here you can see how that changed. We have capital and the small also. For here we everything in lowercase. But here if you see, this serving has been changed to serve. So this is the implementation of stemming. I already explained, and also 3 years has been transferred to year only. Similarly, killing has been changed to kill, and this symbol has also been removed. And for the genre, we had within the code we had drama, but here we are having only the word drama. Now, for the recommendation purpose, we will use only the title processed, overview, and genre processed. Actually, these three columns will actually have an impact on our recommendation system, but we will use this to map our movie name, because we don't know that process title movie name, right? So we have to use the actual name. For that, I am keeping the title along with it. I'm removing the null part. Let's find what's the final output. Okay, great. So we have title processed, overview processed, and genre processed. Now, now our texts are ready. What you need to do, we need to transform it into numbers, because to make our machines understand, it should be in a numerical format, and text doesn't work well in ML or any machine's language. So what we will do, we will use count vectorizer. Basically what we are doing is, we are from these 5 sentences, we are just taking the most occurred words as the column names, and we are storing the occurrence of those words from these sentences. For example, if we see for the first sentence, it is a puppy. So here it is count is 1, is count is 1, a count is 1, and puppy count is 1. But if you look at the second one, it is a kitten. It count is 1, is count is again 1, a also 1, but we don't have the column for kitten, so we lost that data. Similarly, let's look into this one. It is a dog, and this is a pen. So it there is no it, I believe, yeah, there is no it. It starts with that, so that is not there. So is there. It will be 1. A will be 1, and dog we don't have. Then this will be 1. Is will become now 2. A become 2. Pen become 1. So this way we will convert our text into numbers. But there is a problem with this approach. Can anybody guess that? What is the problem with the choice of words mainly? Anyone? So, okay, I'm saying. So the problem is, if we look into the choice of words, and if we means add the columns, you will see that the it, is, and a column are occurring most of the text. But if you think it from our project perspective, that it doesn't add any value to our recommendation engine. So these words are called stop words. Stop words are the most commonly used words, but they doesn't add any value to our recommendation system. So what we will do, we will remove those words. Okay. So when I am using count vectorizer, I am pointing stop words to English. Means I want to drop the English stop words. So here in this object, I am taking all the words from the title, and for the overview part, I am only taking the top 3,257 words, and I am also dropping the English stop words here also. And for the genre, I am taking all the words. So we have 3 vectors, separate vectors. See, for the vector title, I am fitting and transforming title processed, means this column. Yeah, this column I am fitting and transform. For vector title, for vector overview, I am transforming overview processed, and for vector genre, I am transforming genre processed. Let's do this. So let's find the size of these vectors. So the vector title is having 723 words, distinct words, I would say, and here 500 rows because we had 500 movies in our dataset currently. So for the vector overview, we have 3257 words and 500 rows that we already selected here, right? So and for the genre, we have 20 words and 500 movies. Now, what we currently have is 3 separate vectors, and we need to add them. I mean, merge them horizontal to have a means all the words for each of the movies. So we can perform this using HStack. What it does is it stacks matrices horizontal, that is column wise. Suppose we have two matrices 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and another matrix 10, 11, 15, 12, 14, 17. So we will stack them and it will become 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, 15, 4, 5, 6, 12, 14, 17. So here we are stacking vector title, vector overview, vector genre, and transform it into an array. Now let's find the size. Okay, it's 500 by 4000. So actually, if you see this thing, if you add 723, 3257, and 20, it will give you 4000. So we have 4000 words, distinct words, and we have the count for all the 500 movies. Now let's find out what are these 4000 words that we got. Now I am creating the bag of words. So means for each of the CV title that I created here, CV title, overview, and genre, I can get the words using get features names out, and I'm just adding all these lists, means combining each of them and creating a bag of words. So while explaining this part, I told that it is an A is a stop word and it need to drop them. So here we will check that whether we drop them or not. Yeah, see, I have used 5 words. A is it, movie, and action. I am finding whether it is present in the bag of words or not. A is false, means it is not present. Is also not present. It is also not present, but movie and action is present. Now let's find out the entire 4000 words. That's the entire list. Truly a gigantic list, I would say. But one thing we can find, if we look into the last one. So here what I am doing, I am splitting it by 4 means 20 words. So if we look at the last one, we will get the genre part. We have 20 genres, right? Those are action, adventure, animation, comedy, crime, drama, family, fantasy, fiction, history, horror, movie, music, mystery, romance, science, thriller, TV, war, and western. Now we have our vectors ready. All we need to do is we need to just find the similarity between them and rank them. So for finding the similarity, I will use cosine similarity. Cosine similarity is defined as a cosine of the angle between two vectors, that is the dot product of the vectors divided by the product of their length. Suppose you have two vectors. See, here we are having only 2 dimensions, but in our actual data set we have many dimensions. So in this example, suppose we have two vectors A and B, and the cosine similarity is the cos of the angle between them, that's theta. So cosine similarity of B is cos theta, and we can derive it from formula. So if we look into the values of cos theta, cos 0 is 1, right? And for cos 90 it is 0. So what we will do is we will find the cosine similarity of this vector combined that I generated. So find the cosine similarity, And here we can find the shape also. We have 500 movies, and for each movie we found a similarity with each other of them. So here 500 from 500. So here what we are doing, I'm just skipping to this function. So we are having a means a name, right, for the title. Once I'm giving the title to the function, it is initially it is getting the ID, means the index of that title from our data frame that we had. So only for this purpose I stored the title there. So after getting the index, I am slicing the similarity from the index from the similarity. So we will get only the similarity values for that particular movie, and I'm enumerating it and converting into a list to get the ID along with the values. And finally, I'm sorting it with the values. That's the x of 1. The x1 means the second value. I'm just quickly going through the values. See, here we have the similarity of index, and here we have the enumerate. Here we can see that we have the IDs along with the values. You can see, and here we are sorting it with respect to the values. Okay, fine. Now finally we have our method ready. So all we need is recommendation. Let's find it for the Spider-Man No Way Home. Okay, so we found the top ranking is Spider-Man Homecoming. Then let's find it for Notebook. Okay, and lastly we have for Beauty and the Beast. So since the data set was small, so what we can assume is, see, when we are searching for Beauty and the Beast, we are getting recommendations mostly for comics and all those stuffs. But for the Spider-Man No Way Home, we are getting for the superheroes. So we can say that our model is working, and that's all for the project purpose. Now let's wrap it up. Thank you all. That's all my session. Thank you.
So this is the session end for us, and the session is all about the NLPs and the use cases. So thank you so much for this session, and this session will surely add value amongst the students, and this recommendation can be a great use case about the NLPs and different things about machine learning test cases, right? So hope you guys enjoy. With that, we will invite our next speaker.
I hope you have enjoyed the previous session. Moving ahead, we have our next speaker. Well, it's a surprise for all of you. It was not on your schedule list as well. So it's my immense pleasure to welcome Haley Desai. She's a community manager of Google Developer Relations India. She also handles the TensorFlow user groups in India and works for the Women Empowerment, Women Techmakers India. Haley is an aspiring all-rounder who has been able to bat in the field of music, bowl in the field of technology, and field in the arena of women empowerment in the match of life and career. She is passionate about tech, women empowerment, impact at large, and music. So, without wasting any more time, And without any further delay, I'd like to call her up on the stage.
Hello all. Thank you very much for the introduction. Hello folks. Super excited to see all of you here. By the way, this is my first time I'm traveling to Kolkata for the first time, and to having people here is like a cherry on the cake. So thank you very much for having me here. It is a great pleasure to attend the Cloud Community Days Kolkata. And my best wishes to all of you aspiring tech enthusiasts. So as introduced, my name is Haley Desai. I recently joined Google a couple of months back, say around 2 months back, and I've been enjoying it really well. Two things that I've been working on is one is TensorFlow user group communities in India. So I'm handling machine learning bootcamp right now. We are having 2 cohorts, and we have a good number of people, say around 400 candidates in the machine learning bootcamp. So that is where we provide different sorts of curriculum from Coursera. We also provide mentorship, and we provide facilitation for the machine learning certification as well. So that is one. And second thing is about, as correctly mentioned, I am very much passionate about women empowerment, especially women in tech. I work for Women Tech Makers Program India, and I'll be handling Women Developers Academy. I'm super excited to kick off WDA, which will be kicking off from September, which is next month now. And we'll be having different mentorship sessions for women in tech. We'll be having different sessions, say confidence building, say soft skills, critical skills for women in tech. And we'll be having it for say 6 weeks or so. So that is about WDA. And apart from that, yes, I'll be there till tomorrow noon. So in case if anybody is interested to sync up, if anybody is interested to know more about refugees or to know more about Women Tech Makers or Women Developers Academy, feel free to ping me, feel free to let me know, and we can have even virtual sync or even the offline sync. Yeah. So glad to see all of you. Thanks again for having me here, and thank you.
Thank you, Haley, for your inspiring talk. I hope you all have heard, and so you have time till tomorrow afternoon. So if you are interested or you're really looking forward to have a chit chat session, do feel and connect with her. We also have with us Garima Mehra. She's currently working as product manager for developer program Google, and has been 9 years of overall experience in management consulting, digital transformation, and program management. Garima loves to work in the intersection of technology, strategy, and operations. She also leads the Dev Library, which is a showcase of open source projects and blog posts built with Google technologies. She's presently working on the Google Android Educators community. Thank you, ma'am, for your auspicious presence. Can we have a big round of applause for her?
moving forward with the program, next up, we have an incredible person.
Hello, am I audible? Yeah. Hi everyone, how's it going? How's it going at the top? बढ़िया जा रहा है? Raise your hands if it's going nice. Yeah, we have a lot of agreeable people here. You know, they all just agree with me every time. Okay, a very quick announcement. We have with us the sponsors for the events. The title sponsor being Google developers, and we are joined by some of them here today as well. Besides that, we have a gold sponsor, Vanity Weights and Biases, and the silver sponsor, DynoPy, which is me. I told you about myself. Yeah. So the gold sponsor, Weights and Biases, they are available here for talking about machine learning. And I'll be very quickly calling upon Ayush, who will be telling you more about Weights and Biases in a very short introduction to it.
Hello. I don't actually will be talking a lot about weights and biases right now because I have the whole slide deck for that. I just want to announce that if any one of you want to talk with us, just find anyone wearing a weights and biases t-shirt and talk about whatever you want to, right? About career, about machine learning, about anything, right? We will be upstairs, or you can find us there if you like after the talk or whatever, or you can just find us walking around randomly and just ask whatever you want to ask. That's all I want to announce right now. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ayush. Devanita, back to you.
Next up, we have an inspirational woman who has 2 patents and 2 research works and currently CPD at Tesla. We have Dishita Desai. Round of applause for her, please.
All right. Do I begin the session? Yes, I can listen to you. Yeah, am I still audible? Yeah, sure thing. All right. Hello, my name is Dikshita Desai, and even before we begin the session, or even before I introduce you all, I want to drag your attention to something very important. So let's have a look at this video.
At a top robotics company in Japan this week, 4 robots being developed for military applications killed 29 humans in the lab. And they did it by shooting what he called metal bullets. The scariest part is that lab workers deactivated 2 of the robots, took apart the 3rd. But the 4th robot began restoring itself and somehow connected to an orbiting satellite to download information about how to rebuild itself even more strongly than before.
Mark my words, AI is far more dangerous than nukes. Far.
At a top robotic... At a top...
So hello, I'm Dikshita Desai. I'm here because I love robots and I also love Kolkata. So before I begin my session, I wish to thank Anubhav for inviting me and the entire team organizing this beautiful event for 2 days, having been the Google's Women Techmakers Ambassador for the state of Goa and also being the Google Developers Lead for Goa before. I know the amount of effort it takes to organize an event, that too a big one which lasts for a couple of days. So kudos on the team, kudos to the team for Day-1. And yes, that's my Twitter handle. And I have a similar name on Instagram too, so feel free to follow. Now let's continue with the session. The video we saw previously was very interesting. What is even more important is the next video. The video which was previously there was interesting because that's not true. But the next one is true. So the previous one was actually a rumor that went out on the internet, which has scared enough number of people. But the next video that we see is actually shot at Google, and this one is true.
This is the research team at Google and their partners at Everyday Robots. They work on cutting-edge research in machine learning. This is the research team at Google and their partners at Everyday Robots. They work on cutting-edge research in machine learning, natural language understanding, and robotics. They train language models to understand questions, reason out answers, even understand when something is funny. Funny in the loosest sense of the word. Language models power much of the helpful technology we use online today. But imagine if they could not only understand you, but work with something in the real world that can learn to help you out. Working together, these researchers have combined the latest language model with the advanced capabilities of a helper robot. Each task is broken down into simple behaviors. Then, these steps are given a likelihood of succeeding in the physical world. Sounds easy. But this is seriously difficult stuff. Because for learning robots, sometimes the smallest things can be the hardest to grasp. But research like this brings us one step closer to robotics that make our everyday lives easier. One step closer.
Good job. Now, this video that you all saw here, that is true. Long, long ago and not so far away, someone said, what we want is a machine that can learn from its experience. And I believe that there are a lot of imitation game fans in the hall. It's been a fantasy for a lot of scientists to be able to create humanoid robots, robots that can interact with people effortlessly. Like, just imagine for a minute looking into the eyes of a robot and it responding to your gaze. How beautiful would that be? And probably a lot of y'all have already seen videos of robots like these ones from the Boston Dynamic, and so many others, which actually shows how much we have advanced right now. But the graph hasn't always been this beautiful. I mean, this is the hustle that went behind building it. And we see there is definitely always some failure while we try to bring and build some masterpiece. Also, on the right is an embarrassing picture of me a few years ago when I tried to build my first pipe robot. I do not wish to add a video of this because I don't want to embarrass myself in front of highly intellectual audience like you all at Kolkata. But robots are evolving with machine learning, advanced power electronics, manufacturing technology, and lots of mathematics. Today, we have improved on robotic skills. I see a lot of mathematics because that is what goes at the core of building robots. Because you want to create something, you have to get an algorithm to do this. And to get an algorithm to do this, you have to first mathematically prove it, which makes sense because if it is mathematically possible, maybe it's also possible to do it practically. So, generally, what the process also includes is knowing a lot of maths. This can include your trigonometry, your exponentials, your logarithmics, everything. To end up only with long, long equations, which seem very tiring, but they give us results. Now, why is this important? Let's have a look at a robot I recently interacted with. Spring Bash.
I would love to attend the bash. Famous dances of Rumba.
High five.
Sure. Let's have a high five. Wonderful.
Talk to here.
What time are you wrapping up?
Now. Yeah. What time is this over? 11. Yeah, so in about 5 minutes.
Spring. Meet Pepper. Pepper is handsome, cute, and fun loving. I met Pepper at the Ames Academy in Philadelphia, and Pepper is a robot that is used to assist special kids in their learning process. Pepper is friendly and is a robot that is always around the kids to take care of them when their professor, their teacher, is not around them. But is robotics just a tech fantasy? Or is it real? And how is it going to solve problems? Prosthetics. We might have seen prosthetics that are more advanced today, which give the normal abilities to normal people. Industries, medicine, self driving,
Yeah, connection error. Yeah, don't we all hate that? ठीक है, होता है, लाइव इवेंट है, लाइव प्रॉब्लम्स होंगी, लाइव सॉल्व होगा, राइट? हुआ है किसी के साथ पहले कनेक्शन एरर्स? Yeah. So connection errors can happen to everyone, right? So let's just wait for the connection to come back and let's connect to Dixita back again, right? It was a great discussion going on, and we believe that the rest of it will be great as well. While we are trying to fix things, I think we are back online, right? So we are good, guys. 2 minutes.
Just 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, so we have Dixita back with us again, and we'll be very quickly resuming with the session. Meanwhile, how many of you are hungry? How many of you are college students? It's fine, you know hunger. Yeah, so you will get your food after the class is over. Yeah, you cannot leave the class. I'm sorry for that. Yeah, किसको किसको टाइम पे खाना मिलता है कॉलेज में? कोई ऐसा हाथ उठाओ जोर से, खाना मिलता है इन लोगों को टाइम पे? कितना बजे मिलता है? 4 बजे? Sorry? First period. जब मर्जी. Yeah, how many of you like do that jab marji wala thing for lunch? Oh my God, Kolkata is in dangerous waters. Yeah, great. So how many of you actually have lunch only in the lunch period? Like very nice kids. Yeah, 1, 2. You said you get it on time. It cannot be. Yeah, so basically college lunch hours are not meant for lunch. They are meant for doing everything other than lunch. Yeah. Okay, so we have Dixita back with us, and yeah, very quickly we will.
All right. All right. So let's continue. We were talking about the use of robots in industries, medicine, self-driving, space robotics, and so much more, right? So now talking about space robotics, I wish to talk about one of the projects that I undertook during my master's degree in robotics under Professor Alan Guiz. This is a space thermal control system for satellites. And what actually happens is when we send a satellite out, there are batteries inside it, which are used to power the satellite or to power other small equipments that might be present there. A satellite can experience various temperature changes, which can be as hot as 120 degrees Celsius, or it can also be as cold as a minus 150 degrees Celsius, let's say. So given these drastic changes in the temperature, it's important that we try to create as much as protection around the batteries to avoid uh, any damage caused because of the extreme temperatures in space. So we already know that thermal exchange can happen by conduction, convection, and radiation, right? If I was in person, I would have asked this as a Q&A to the audience, but because we are virtual, I would go ahead answering the questions myself. Um, and one might debate that the best way to secure your batteries from the temperature might be to create an insulating blanket around it. Uh, that's a good idea, but it would not work when we're talking about temperature changes, which are so drastic and so harsh. And when we think about this problem, when we want to maintain the temperature, we think about a control system that would be capable of maintaining the temperature of the batteries. Now let's brainstorm this problem. So what can we do? Can I have like a heater? So if I have my batteries and if I want to keep them warm when there is like too much of cold temperature around it, can I have like a heater that's constantly heating up my batteries? This might not work because for how long am I going to keep my heater on, right? So maybe I cannot go ahead with this type of an approach. Also, this is like an open loop system, right? We're not getting a feedback about what is the current temperature of the battery. So let's go for a closed loop system. So apart from the heater and the battery system and the temperature sensor, which is going to always sense the temperature of the battery, we're also going to go ahead doing some feedback and some error calculations and try to maintain the temperature to be very constant for the batteries. Now, do you remember heat equations? I just spoke about this, right? Energy balance. So if we go to see the loss of heat can happen by convective heat transfer, radiative, and conduction. And over here, we are doing a balancing of the equations because as I previously said, maths happens to be an important element or the core of a lot of robotics systems. So it's important that we prove everything mathematically and then we go ahead implementing once we have the algorithm. So here we are just trying to equate or balance the energies out. And then we do a state space model. Once we have a space state model, what we do is we also go ahead with a transfer function model. Now, these are different mathematical approaches to understand what are the different things that a system will encounter and how it's going to react. How is it going to react when there is an impulse given at the input? Or how is it going to react when the input is more like a step function? And we go ahead plotting these graphs and we understand the system better. What's important apart from these, the other projects that have been covered under robotics are also things like a brainwave controlled robotic arm, where the brain waves of a person are taken with the help of an EEG, and these EEG signals are actually going to control whether the arm is opened or closed, so you can grasp onto things as we saw in the video right at the beginning of the presentation, right? We also work with CubeSats. CubeSats are like swarm robots, which are very small, which are sent into space, and we try to get rid of space debris. Space debris is basically, in layman's term, the garbage that might be around in space. There are amphibian rovers, which is basically rovers which can enter into water bodies, and the research work includes us sending rovers into the rivers in Chennai to go ahead taking water samples and understand how the quality of water has degraded over time and what might be the possible reasons, how this degradation of water can actually affect the species in water. There's also a lot of robotics that we all know of, which goes behind building vehicles. And the world is shifting to electric vehicles. We are having self-driving cars. With all that, even these vehicles can be considered as smart robots, which actually drive us around different locations. And they actually drive us because they are self-driving, obviously under human surveillance. There's also haptics, which is basically something very similar to the prosthetic arms that we saw, where we give robotic power to specially able people such that they're able to interact with the world with ease. The reason I mention all these points is because I want to say that not all robots are humanoids, right? When we think of a robot, we actually think of uh, a biped robot, which would be like a human being interacting with us, talking with us. Yes, social robots do exist, and um, one of the important research work also goes behind building robots that are like humans, but there's also biomimicry. Biomimicry is based and building them as robots. Coming back to the example of humans, we feel that walking is very easy because we've done it very naturally since we are born, we are taught how to walk. But when you have to teach the same thing to a robot, you don't really place your feet like flat. You actually first place your heel and then comes your toe. And that's not all. What we don't realize is to build like a robotic leg, there has to be some spring system because we're not keeping all our weight at the same time. What our extremely amazing body is capable of doing is have this kind of like a bit of a suspension system, or let's say springs, which help us to walk and balance as we walk. And all these tiny things have to be studied. And that's how robots are further trained by understanding what a human does or what an animal does. So we try to learn from them and we try to implement. But it's not very necessary that it's robotics is always about looking at a living uh, organism or a living being and then trying to replicate them. Robotics can also be about having some machinery around us which makes our life easy. For, let us say, suppose some rovers that are sent in space, which do the research for us and which make the life of astronauts in space easy by giving them all the necessary facilities that are needed, right? So, yes, that is it. I wish to end the session by quoting Beyonce, and the quote says, and I quote, "I don't like to gamble, but if there's one thing I'm willing to bet on, it's myself." Unquote. To all the young people in the crowd today, I remember being a part of GDGs, and I definitely do believe that they are a great platform to grow and excel. Uh, Congratulations for attending the event today. Don't forget to show a little gratitude to the organizers for the efforts that they have put in. And I wish you all the very best. If you all have questions, feel free to ask the questions. If you all want to reach out to me on LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter, whichever platform you all prefer, or even my email, feel free to reach out with your doubts, your questions, and I would be willing to answer it over there as well. Just ensure that you begin your text by mentioning that you all were a part of the Kolkata session, and we should be good to go. Thank you. Thank you so much, and you all have a great day. Oh, welcome. Have a good one. Thank you for coordinating this.
For us, we look forward to more inspiring sessions from you.
At staff technical solution consultant for cloud customers at Google. She is responsible for leading Google's most strategic customer engagement. Moving ahead, we have our next session with Rani Mohapatra. Rani is presently working as staff technical solution consultant for Google Cloud customers at Google. She is responsible for leading Google's most strategic customer engagement in their infrastructure and application modernization journeys. She has been supporting and steering different stages of technical cloud sales life cycles for providing deep data insights, shaping transformational strategies, and integrating cross-functional teamwork. She also handled technical consulting, program management, and providing technical expertise on customer engagement, co-working with the client executives and key technical leaders to deploy solutions on Google Cloud Platform. Rani is solution architect with expertise in hybrid cloud, containers, and data solutions, as well as large-scale migration programs. She is also an active technical speaker, career coach, DEI activist, and passionate pro bono tech volunteer for non-profits. So please welcome Rani Mohapatra for her session on customer data platform on Google Cloud Platform.
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে
So today, I'm super excited to meet all of you, and I do regret that I'm missing the energy in person. But it's nevertheless, it's kind of like talking to myself. But I just hope we will have a good virtual connect, all of us. And what I'm going to present today is a point of view on building customer data platforms on Google Cloud, especially in the context of retailers. I know you all have been having such amazing sessions on with demonstrations and everything. I'm not going to demonstrate something, so we are going to have a good discussion, but we'll see how technology powers business and how business trends in turn influence technology solutions that we build. So my context will be more around it. So I hope you will get to learn a lot of new concepts maybe or revisit a lot of concepts that you already know and know a little bit more about the possibilities that we have on Google Cloud and go ahead and experiment more with, in at your own pace. So before we head there, whenever we start talking about an industry and see how technology influences that industry, it's always important to start with what are the current trends or what's happening in this industry and why does it need technology in a certain way. So ever since we experienced pandemic, and I think you have heard this like plenty of times since past 2.5 years or so, we all know, and especially India knows better, that how digital acceleration has kind of expedited the rate at which the world was moving. So everybody, even our grandparents who were probably more used to buying vegetables in the morning by having a nice little walk, also resorted to online shopping. So clearly, the explosion of online activity has been dramatic for every industry, but more so for retail. And if I had picked up any other industry example, probably maybe like manufacturing or telecom, you might have thought like, okay, how I just use my phone, but what exactly happens behind in the telecom industry may not be so relatable for every one of us. But the fact that we are going to talk a little bit about use cases around retail industry, and I mean, who doesn't shop? You shop, I shop, we all love shopping. And it is not something which is gender driven because everyone loves shopping, and I'm pretty sure I can bet my money on that. So with that, so what's trending with retailers? And I have put in a nice little sweet word or phrase out there called customer personalization. So moving on. So one very interesting thing, and this was a survey conducted by McKinsey in November 2021, not very far off, just end of last year. So 75% of consumers like you and me, we switched to either a new store or a product or a buying method during pandemic. And that kind of is so real because I remember sometimes even though few of us were very used to online shopping, started exploring also new trends when the stores would call us up and you could have a conversation with them. And I remember I ordered probably my spectacles or contact lenses, and the store was calling me up that you usually order this one. Would you like to order, send you another supply? And I said, like, yeah. So that is the change of pattern which almost affected every one of us. Like, how do you shop? Or what was your method of shopping? And it's interesting that across the globe, 75% say that their method of shopping has changed, which is quite interesting. because that translates to that what kind of struggle the retailers are facing today in terms of retaining their customers. So if you have been shopping your jeans from a particular favorite brand, it's very likely that in the past few years, ever since pandemic hit, probably you changed your brand or you changed from the store that you used to buy. Something or the other might have happened. So could be something that you would want to reflect back today. So, coming back to our discussion, the surge in the online interactions has definitely raised the expectations that we have from all of these companies and their online experience that they give us. So, for example, like you and I, we started comparing the personalization experience that we get from different retailers in terms of how we, when we visit their websites, are they showing us products that we like? If we want to search something, do we get it instantly, or are we spending like tons of time and amount of energy to just find out the right product? And sometimes I have had experience, I just want to buy a cheese maybe, and for some reason it keeps showing me all kinds of detergents, and I get very fed up with such a website. So interesting point. And another fun example, I had this friend of mine who probably bought a television, and for some reason the algorithm was showing him constantly that maybe you need a washing powder with your television, while the algorithm should have actually been more intelligent and probably shown or suggested something like a TV stand or maybe a gaming station. So that leads us to this interesting point that 76% of consumers, as per this survey already, get frustrated when they don't find the right personalization. So, customer personalization is no longer a nice to have thing. It's like a must have thing that we all are collectively demanding from all of these online companies or the companies in general, irrespective of whether it's online or in store or in person and whatever it could be. So, in an estate as competitive as this, companies that excel today are clearly the ones that focus on personalization because they are getting 40% more revenue based on the competitors who probably aren't doing that, which is quite a very, very huge amount when we look at the scale at which these companies operate. Now, how do we ensure, or how should these retailers achieve this gold standard of personalization? So that brings us to the next big concept is first party data. Now, what is first party data? Right? Maybe some of you know, but maybe many of you wouldn't be aware. I wasn't aware for a very long time what is first party data and how is this first party data and why will it define how we experience websites, mobile applications of all these retailers or companies. So, first party data. Um, that's interesting because this is the information that is collected by a company directly from its consumer or audience. And what exactly that means. So, when we visit a retailer's website or we start using its mobile application, you the behavior that we demonstrate there, like how long are we watching a product, or what kind of colors are we generally looking for, or what kind of size are we looking for, every type of behavior that we do, or do we just add products into the cart and leave it and not buy, or are we waiting for some special sale to occur, or are we particularly shortlisting products which are on sale and buying that. So all of these behavioral patterns are huge gold mine of data for all companies. And when we do it directly at their site, we as consumers, our data or our pattern of behavior is a first party data because there is no middle person in between. And we are doing it directly at their this particular company's application on either website or mobile app or somewhere else. So this is all direct communication, direct interaction, and direct information. And that gets classified as first party data. If that is first party data, so then what exactly is second and third party data? I mean, like, why are they left behind? So that brings us to the point that it is interesting. First party data has a lot of elements. It's not just your online behavior, but let's say you have created accounts at your favorite e-commerce site. And when you create an account, that account gets stored somewhere in the backend at a database. Usually that database is part of a customer relationship management system. So that's part of the CRM system we call in industry terminology. So all of these formats are first party data. So going forward, what is second party data then, and how do these all tie up? Second party data is again another interesting concept, and it's very funny how it is defined that it is someone else's first party data directly bought by by a company from the seller or collector. And I have a lovely example which I really like sharing for that. For example, Kolkata has a lot of marathons, right? Everybody, I have so many of my friends who run marathons in Kolkata, and everyone is a fitness freak, and there's tons of physical activities that everybody does. Probably you might have installed maybe, let's say, a fitness app, and you have tagged it to your smartwatch, you have tagged it to your mobile app, and you just want it to give you the best insight. So you start feeding in more data. You start feeding in your age, you start feeding in where you stay. Every time you go for a walk or a jog, you check or switch on the pedometer so that your footsteps are getting tracked. And then you have the precise location on. So the app kind of knows when you run, where you run, how long you run. And maybe nowadays the apps also have features like if your friend has that same app and you have that app together, if you walk around, so they know that like you are competing with your best friend or you are together going for a walk and so on. So that's like huge tons of data, right? Now what happens if the company which is this fitness app company which is having that data, it decides that let me just sell this data to another company which probably is an insurance company, or because we are talking about retailers, let's use the example of maybe a sportswear company. So a sportswear company suddenly pulls in or buys all of the data that you have been feeding about yourself, about your health metrics, about your vitals, your body mass index, and your fitness lifestyle. All of that goes into now is owned by this other company, which is a sports fitness or sportswear company. So that for the sportswear company, now our data or your data is called as second party data because it legally bought it from this other company and it bought it from only a single source. And that kind of data that was being gathered was a lot structured data. We could identify from whom it has been gathered, what kind of audience. So that gets classified as second party data. And which is interesting because often we don't read the terms and conditions, but there is many a times there is this small little thin line which says that you are allowing, when you accept the terms and conditions, you are allowing another company to sell your data if they wish to. Scary but true. So that would be the second party data. Now there is another term called third party data. So what exactly, after first party, second party, we got it all sorted in our head. What is third party data? Now third party data is super fun and super interesting. The information that is bought from other sources, outside sources who are not the original collectors of the data. Now, I am going to explain this because this is where the creepiness starts and the data privacy lines get blurred and blurred further. So, third party data is something that the companies source, and there are aggregators or data marts wherein from they share anonymized data and they keep selling that data to different people. So, and it's all out there in the public. So, it's not secure data that somebody has to specifically and only one person or one company is buying it. Anybody can get access to that data. And whenever we talk about third party data, we have to talk about something called third party cookies. If I believe we are in a forum that many of you would be coding and you would be aware if you have been developing something or how to store the session of something and how do you use cookies, and if you have been coding on Java or Python, so you would know all of that. And so there is was this concept. The reason I say was because it's such a threat to privacy right now that now we are, by the end of this year, we would be probably globally sunsetting the use of third party cookies. Now third party cookies is a very interesting concept because anytime you visit a website, the website tries to download a cookie on your local machine so that it can store session related information about what you're doing on that website in that local cookie on your machine. And this is a very simplified version or explanation of what a cookie does. So, third party cookies are cases where you go to a site like maybe example.com And in that example.com, you have an embedding of a social media site. I'm not naming the social media sites, but you can guess what kind of social media sites might be there. Maybe you are reading an article or a news article and there is a like symbol. And when you click on the like, it routes you to another social media site wherein you can have further conversations on that article. So the moment you have such embeddings, so what these embeddings do is they will try to download a specific cross-site cookie, and the moment that cookie gets downloaded into your system, it starts tracking all of your online activity. So when you have a browser open, you have a single session open. So even if you switch tabs between completely different websites and the cookie is active and it has been downloaded, it can see your activity or your traffic across different websites. So the other day, like maybe a year or few years back, I was just planning a random crazy holiday to Hawaii, and I spent an entire week just looking at vacation rentals or Airbnb or Booking.com hotels in Hawaii. And then I also spent an enormous amount of time watching the best sunsets in Hawaii or the best beaches in Hawaii, and I completely forgot about it. But even after 2 weeks, my social media platform was able to track what was there and was able to blast me with information that, hey, you forgot to book your actual trip to Hawaii. The prices are going down or the rooms are getting sold. And how does it do all of that? It's clearly the little devil out there is the third party cookie, which we most of us forget on how to set standards, and it is possible to do on browser, especially on the Chrome browser. You can have a setting wherein when you close the browser, all the local cookies can be completely scratched off or erased from your system, and which kind of increases your data privacy. So that would be the third party data. If that is third party data, what is important to note is first party data, you have a very structured input flow pipeline. The company knows exactly that these are the users coming to my website, this is what they're doing, and this is their data. That's my first party data. Second party data, we discussed that somebody else's website or somebody else's application has been used and another company goes and just buys that, but that is still someone else's first party data, so it comes in very structured. It may not be very high scaled. But third party data, they are like the sneaky malwares who are spotting your activities, and they're just routing that information to a data mart. So it's always a massive scale. And the sourcing and buying of this data is most often done programmatically. So it's not like one person goes and a company goes and makes a contract and gets a deal done, and then you get access to the third party data. So that's the difference in the scale. But if we have such a massive scale of third party data, what is bad about third party data? Number one, it is not transparent. So no one knows that how it was actually acquired. So it could be as random as some software tracking your web activity. It could be as random as maybe you installed something or somewhere you clicked something and then you gave in some data and that has been caught. So it could be as random as that. And while this is scaled, somebody can use it. But remember, third party data is public. So every company gets access to the same data. It's not unique. How the only uniqueness that might come it is on what kind of machine learning model the company has developed and how they're using it. So maybe retailer A has a different model and retailer B has different model. But if they're using the same data set and the data set is not at a good quality, then the results might not be great for both of them. So it doesn't give any edge. Now, coming back, the gold mine that we talked about is first party data. And again, why first party data only, and why so much focus on this one type of data? What we have to remember, as I have been also mentioning, is the privacy rules are changing drastically. We are entering into an era where we are getting more and more privacy conscious as consumers. And the digital marketing ecosystem is encountering a big technical barrier, because now we as consumers, want to have more control. We want to know what cookies get downloaded, what kind of non-essential cookies are being used to track my activity. And if I want that option, I want to be able to delete it, or I want to say no, I want to reject cookies and still be able to access certain website. So with all of these openness around and the pressure to be transparent, it is not easy to just code, and cookies are really powerful, by the way, in software programming. So they solved a lot of problems, but it's just that they are not respectful of privacy. So now the world is pivoting that we have to do away with these cookies, and how do we still manage to give a personalization? And it's going to be a paradigm shift, or it's changing the game right now. So, and if you have noticed recently, not very recently, but definitely a little recently, now we have this option on many platforms like the video hosting platforms or social media, of course. So, where in the pop-up ad there comes this option right now that do you want to continue to see relevant ads, and it makes it transparently visible. So, if you can click yes or you can click no, which is kind of a smart way of asking, are you okay for us to track your data, or are you not okay? So that's the kind of decision making which is there. And plus, I think many of you might have heard, or if you have not heard, you must check out that the regulations on how companies get data, and which country's citizens' data, whether the country's citizens' data needs to stay within that country or it can be propagated in other countries. So there have been tons of regulations being created everywhere for that. For example, in Europe, we have the GDPR regulation. In California, we have the CCPA Act. And we also have in Brazil an LGPD Act. So all of these are putting in guardrails or regulations from the government so that the companies can't just continue to use the data mesh that they were creating from our online activity or offline activity. And like I mentioned, the third reason is obviously the decline and the death of the third party cookies. So, in order to avoid, so browsers like even Chrome, etc., we have the features right now, and it is completely disabling the use of third party cookies so that nobody is tracked in an unaware manner. And that's the area. But while that all sounds great, what it limits is the fact which I was telling you, that it is creating a new technology barrier for all of the companies which wanted to easily give a personalized experience to end consumers like us. So we are not allowing them to take our data, but we want them to give us personalized feedback or personalized suggestions on products we should be buying. So, which is like a new challenge for many. And one important thing when we are talking about data privacy is how much is green, how much is gray, and how much is red. So first party data, we always have, like when you enter your details or you create your account in a website, you know that you're creating it and you give them that option that I'm accepting the terms and conditions and I'm consciously giving you my data. And then you start using it, you know that I'm going to store my address, maybe I'm going to store my phone number. I'm giving details about my demographics, what is my gender, what is my location, what is my age, what's my size, and I want them to give me the right product. So we are giving a consent out there, and there is transparency because we know that we have given that consent. So first party data is the most consumer friendly and the completely transparent approach of having data stored somewhere. But there are degrees or grades of first party data as well. One is the complete transparent one, but then we have like other options that we allow the browser to collect anonymized aggregated data. What that means is, like, if I'm searching for let's say red t-shirt today, and I have my neighbors are also searching for red t-shirt, and we all are on the same browser, probably going to the same website, then the website kind of starts collecting anonymized and aggregated data that five people today on a Saturday morning for some reason are searching for red t-shirt. And then it will try, maybe a retailer would be interested, oh, is it? Then the nearby, they will start popping ads that, okay, let's in this location, let's keep suggesting everyone who is getting onto internet from this location, we are going to suggest them that, hey, red t-shirts are available, so whoever is interested can probably come and buy that. So that's kind of anonymized but aggregated information. And then we have anonymized and aggregated information from non-browser, like other sources, which is, the more we go away from complete consent and complete transparency, it is moving towards a little bit of gray. And mostly in gray is, we if we combine the first party consent data and like second party data with which kind of has consent. So the example on the fitness app, so when you use the fitness app and you have accepted the terms and conditions, the terms and conditions that yes, my data can be sold tomorrow to another company. But we know that most of us don't read the fine lines of such a long terms and conditions. So we kind of said yes, but we were not really conscious when we were saying yes. So that's why that kind of data still falls in the privacy spectrum in the gray zone. And then comes the third party data, which no one knows how we are being tracked and how we somebody is sourcing it and how it is available in such huge scale warehouses of data and how companies are buying it. So that is like the more we go there towards the extreme and extreme of scale and speed of third party data with no traceability, that keeps on getting into the red zone more and more. So with that, so given this the viewpoint that we have now of second party data and third party data, so clearly in a cookie-less world, the importance and potential of first party data keeps on increasing more and more. So for example, why is first party data so good? Because it's absolutely focused, relevant data. If my t-shirt company or I would probably take a name like Nike wants to have a view on how are my India users responding to certain products versus my US users are responding to certain products. It knows that it can use or gather all of that information from its applications, from its stores, from its websites, and it is using its own consumers, direct consumers' data. So the use case, the data set are completely in one is to one sync. So which is why the quality is very high always, and it is in a very structured. So this kind of data is very good data set for immediate predictive analysis or projections for that matter. And it's also always very consistent because the streams via which the data is coming is either semi-structured or structured, depending on what kind of data we are looking at, like behavioral data or personal identifiable information data, and so on. So this integrity of data is super high. And also, like I mentioned earlier, that every company, when it starts observing exactly the people who are dealing with its own platform, the data behavior out there is very unique and very proprietary because it's an exact match of what that retailer's focus is. It's not like Nike is taking the data of Adidas web visits and trying to make a logic out of it that okay, people are searching for white t-shirt there or white sneakers there, maybe I should also stock my white sneakers and show it in this demographics. That's like a different way of looking at it. But whatever, if it's checking in its own website, so the uniqueness and the proprietary and the behavior of that data is very, very good disposition for its own logic advancement. Now, with that, so when we have studied all this data and we know like, okay, we want to use first party data, now next what did you say in the beginning about customer data platform? What does that mean? Now, just before heading there more, what is customer data platform? Now, I have been talking about all of these sources of data, right? Like everywhere it is there. So why do we need something like a customer data platform? First of all, customer data platform is a very interesting concept because it's not a typical data warehouse. Many of you might have heard like, okay, we have different data sources, let's just aggregate the data and put it into a data lake or a data warehouse. Maybe that will give the single pane of view. No. A customer data platform tries to give that same thing, like it is that one single pane of view of every customer. Like if I am a customer, what is my behavioral pattern on mobile devices, desktop devices, in store, and what exact personalization or loyalty programs should be suggested to me, getting in all my behavior from different platforms, aggregating that, cleansing that, and trying to analyze me as an individual shopper and profiling me, and then giving me offers. Like maybe she would want to buy on weekends. So if we want to retain her as a customer, we should give her some offers wherein she can shop over the weekend. So that's like a very unique personalization. And in order to get that, the company first needs to analyze that do we want to give her this offer? Like is she going to be a long time customer with us? And then how does that change for us? And to get all that, the starting point is obviously gathering the data. And no matter what, we have like amazingly advanced retailers today But even then, most of the organizations or most of the companies are still struggling with what we call as data silos, which means they have a database wherein they store their account information that we create, another database where they store their order information or the billing information that we are when we make purchases. Then we are also nowadays connected with the retailers on the Instagram of that same company or maybe another social media of that same company, and we like their products, the launches, the designs, and everything. So there is a lot of activity that we show there. So that is again in that social media. And then there is this inventory management, or maybe we go to a store and we buy something there, again a different data point or data source which goes into the customer buying view. But it will be sometimes it use certain retailers have a store specific, so that omni-channel experience is still forming up, it's not still done in the ideal state. So there, and when the data is so disparate or distributed, analysis obviously is going to be very hodgepodge, because we haven't cleansed it, we haven't aggregated, so we'll never get the full picture when we try to analyze it. And then we have different companies have different legacy systems, so they're stuck with those legacy systems because there is huge amount of data out there of old customers. And then they have to do some major transformation program to convert or take the data out of that. They have to take the decision that should we take it out of there and move it somewhere, and should we enable our marketing strategy better. So there is like so many technical challenges behind it, just to get one thing, a unified view of customer, to start personalizing more and more the suggestions and the insights that the company tries to give to us as a consumer. Now, what is customer data platform? In a very, very neutral terminology, irrespective of different companies trying to define it differently, it just means a package software or a solution which is able to create this persistent, which stays, it's not lost, the view about the customer, and unified across all platforms. What is the viewpoint? A sort of a database or one area of storage, and that is accessible to other systems, which means that when once that is met, and once we have a customer data platform, we should let the marketing team analyze it, or the business analysts access it, and the offers team analyze it, and so on. So there is plenty of use and plenty of use cases when we do the customer data platform definition and construction. And like any of you, all those of you who love machine learning and who have interest in data analytics, so because customer data platform at its heart is all about data analytics, so it has four core functionalities. One is clearly collection, and collection focuses on we bear in mind that these companies are also integrated to platforms like Google Marketing Platform, but they could also have some other marketing platform. And then we have the customer relationship management platform, wherein they store accounts and everything. And then they have like offline, they send out mail communications, so they have promotional campaigns. So there is data everywhere, and sometimes they might have tried to do a data lake or data warehouse, so their data might be on systems like Teradata or data warehouse, and so on. And of course, there is also the social media aspect of Facebook or Instagram, wherein now we have shop fronts out there also. So there is a lot of data there, and there is sales data, like how the sales have happened per person, what kind of purchase trends are there. So from every, there are like multiples and tons of customer touch points, we call this, like where is that intersection between the company and us, from which all channels we try to make a purchase, or we are connected with the brand. So these are all called customer touch points. So it is important, the first step is to collect the data from all of these data sources. And then moving on, the next step is where the most struggle is, because you have to take in data from data sources of all possible varieties and structure, and work on transforming it. So transforming is another very key functionality in the construct of a customer data platform, because this is where once you get the customer data, the first and foremost thing that Google recommends when it starts creating this customer data platform for any of its own, for any of our own customer, which is probably a retailer, the first thing that we do is we have to remove the personally identifiable information so that there is no leakage or no loss of data or no data privacy risk associated with it. Because for analyzing the trend, we don't need to have the name associated. Nobody needs to know that, okay, Rani and this person, maybe Anubhav and so on, these are the people, and then I'm going to take this data. All they want to do is let's anonymize it, let's remove the names, let's see the trends first and work on top of it. So removing personally identifiable information is one of the key aspect. And then we have the aspect of as part of the transformation to design pipelines, data pipelines, which talks about or which focuses on extracting the data from these different sources that has been aggregated. And mind you, every data source will have its own format and structure of data. So the data pipelines will focus on extracting per data source and having a transformation process. And we have different products in Google Cloud which help us do that. I'm going to show you a few or talk about that in my next slide. So, which is going to transform or harmonize that data and then load it into analytics engine or analytics platforms available for the next stage of insight generation, analysis, and then insight generation. So, ETL, and there will be different types of data pipeline. We have to bear in mind that some data will be coming in bulk, so there will be batch data pipelines, and some will be like real stream data, especially the ones coming from social media. They would need to be processed continuously, and there will be like tons of data coming in. So we need very fast processing, and the data pipelines have to be real time adjusted and should be feeding in continuously. So we are talking of massive scale there for such kind of data flow. And the last thing is in transformation is even though we are anonymizing or we are removing the personally identifiable information, it is important to create something called a customer ID resolution. So that how do we finally let's remove the name Rani, but how do you identify or how will the company identify that all of these trends are relating to this persona, person X maybe. So customer ID resolution is again a very interesting technical concept. And because Google is very conscious about privacy, as per our standards, we don't invest into creating this functionalities implementation. So what we do is we rely on our partner ecosystem of other companies, and we have other offerings or other services for handling the different functions, except this unification ID creation, because we are very particular about the privacy standards to be maintained from Google. Then the next thing is analyze the customer history and yeah, analyze the customer history and understanding. So you this is where all the processing happens, and you determine. So we need insights like how long will this customer be with us, what will be the lifetime purchase value of this one, is this person likely to buy frequently, will this person be a frequent shopper, and all of that. And then activate is where after the insights are generated, okay, great, somebody identified that okay, these 5 people are lifetime value high threshold value customers, we must invest in them, the company decides. So but then how do you invest in them? So that's where when you get those, you must have seen the retailers nowadays, they send us coupon vouchers that okay, there is a special offer or a pre-season sale for you only for restricted customers, and you can go and use this coupon within this 24 hours to get that done. Or maybe after the data somebody the company realized that okay, certain customers are adding products to the shopping cart but they're not buying it, so how can we make them buy it? So that's where the actionable insight comes in. And maybe then suddenly I have experienced this actually, that I have added and I forgot about it, and then I get a voucher code that use it within 24 hours to make your purchase, otherwise it will be gone. So that brings in a sense of urgency in the consumer that okay, I have to buy it right now and use this voucher, I'll get 10% discount, so I must buy it. So that's a trick to get somebody to purchase. Moving on, this is a little more detailed on what kind of services we have on Google Cloud. So, for example, the streaming data, we have the options of wiring up PubSub. We have something called data flow, which is a very which can work have different threads or branches for multiple processing, and all of it can be the data can be then moved to BigQuery. And BigQuery is kind of the heart of customer data platform. And then we have the extract, transform, load pipeline for batch data. So batch data from existing sources can be put into first into cloud storage. Then we can write a cloud function. So which will in turn load into BigQuery after performing certain transformation process. Or we could also use direct exports like BigQuery data transfer service and so on. So, and one another key or standout aspect is the ability to create machine learning models. So we have BigQuery machine learning model capability there. If somebody wants to create their own custom model, so we suggest using Vertex AI. And it is possible that you can create a machine learning model in BigQuery ML, export it into Vertex AI and use it. Or you can create in Vertex AI and also import it into BigQuery ML and also use it. And if you are not comfortable to create your own machine learning models, there is always AutoML for doing it. And the when we talk about insights, one of the key product that we also have right now since last year in a major format is Looker. Looker is where we can use all of those insights together and take those actionable insights and work in incremental manner at scale to do like simply insights is not enough. Obviously, the companies want to act on the insights and do something to be ahead of the competition. So Looker is that neat product in between that we have wherein we can create those views and we can also have actionable actions directly done from the Looker. So which is quite cool actually. So I think with that, I have almost kept you hungry for really, really long. So if you have questions, you can always reach out to me. But I'll just take a quick time check. Maybe Ankita, Anubhav, uh, if you're good, or probably if I've exceeded the time.
Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, that was kind of a timed ending of the session. Yeah, we did not do it on intention, by the way. Oh, networking rebutting. Okay, so uh, we had a plan to make you all stand in the sun and have your lunch, right? But unfortunately, it started raining, so we arranged classes for you with AC in them. Success. Okay. Yeah. So what will happen? I'll tell you very quickly. We have our interviewing team. किसी को पकड़ा होगा उसने, right? So our interviewing team will talk to you about what they are doing. At the same time, we are arranging for you stuff outside the lunch, right? You will all leave the hall in in a queue, and let's not trample anyone. Um, you will get your lunch. You will have to show your QR code again, right? So make sure your QR code is ready. You will have to show your QR code. We will do a very quick scan. It hardly takes 15 seconds if you have the QR code ready. Okay, it hardly takes that much time. And yeah, we will then provide you with the lunch, and you will be escorted to one of the classes, right? Or else you could just follow the crowd where it's going, right? जहाँ सब लोग खाना लेके जा रहे हैं वहाँ चले जाओ, right? Yeah. That all said, a very important part. Uh, this college has been very generous to provide us this venue, and actually they did it free of cost, right? So the least we can do is help them by not making this place dirty. So once you have had your lunch, please make sure that you deposit your packets in the dustbins. If the dustbins are overflowing, please don't just keep pushing their stuff. Find other dustbins and keep your packets there, right? There's a lot of dustbins in this campus. Find any of them, find the empty ones and put your packets there. It will hardly take you 1 minute to do this, right? Whoa, you see this overflowing dustbin and you are like, maybe either fake it up. Yeah, please don't do that. It shows a lot about you as a person, the amount of cleanliness that you maintain, right? So let's try to do that. We all are part of this amazing program, and
I guess we should all stand up to it, right? ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि the administration of GCCT remembers कि यार Google के event में बंदे आए और गंदा करके चले गए, right? That should not happen. Do you agree? Everyone agrees with me, right? So we will try to do our best. We will not dirty the place, and we will try to find empty dustbins to throw our place inside. If you're not able to find one, let the volunteers know, right? They will help you out. The people with the green or yellow lanyards, find them and tell them your issue that you are not able to find a dustbin to deposit stuff. They will help you, right? And then over to the live interview team so that you can make your announcements, and then we will be ready to have you outside for lunch.
Hey folks, so I think you all must have been enjoying the event. So right now it's lunchtime, have your lunch, and if you want to share your experience about today's event, how you're enjoying or how it is creating an impact in your careers, how is it helping you out, so make sure to reach out me, my name is Srishti, or you can reach out Brishti Saha to share your experience. It will take like 5 to 6 minutes and you can share about yourselves. We may post it on our socials. So that's it. Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you.
and a graduate campus expert who has previously worked at various startups helping them scale their content efforts. He loves diving, Azure Club Summit, and Kubernetes community days, among others. Ritik Roy is a Gold Microsoft Law Student Ambassador, which is a global group of campus, technical and career skills for the future. So put your hands together for as we welcome Ritik Roy.
College, by the way. Better than that. It's still in college.
Right. Louder. Hello? Okay, so nice. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hello? Yeah, fine. Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Today we are going to talk about Helm for beginners. So, as I was introduced, I'm community engineer at a Harness, and I'm a Gold Microsoft Learn Student Ambassador. I'm right now in my pre-final year at JIS University studying Bachelor's of Technology in Computer Science Engineering. Those are my social links. If you want to post this on social media, there are some swags for you, like the event, if you post the pictures. And so my first question, so what is Kubernetes? Anyone? Yeah? Yeah. Anyone else? Okay, so someone please give swag stickers. So yeah, Kubernetes is a container orchestrator which helps you to orchestrate your containers, like manage, and provides a lot of more features. So how to deploy to Kubernetes? Hello.
Which one? पूरा करो and I do let's cut them. Sure. Yeah, should I start again? Okay, from start again. Okay.
Hello. One second. So the Zoom thing is coming here also. Oh, can someone come up? Yeah. Hi. Yeah, so next question is how to deploy to Kubernetes. So anyone is there? Yeah. Yeah, tell. So that is a way, like what do you deploy to Kubernetes? Yeah, so you deploy an object to your Kubernetes. So object comes in a form of manifest. So those are YAML manifests which you go and deploy. But there is a problem with that. The problem is when you have a lot of YAML manifest, it becomes not reproducible. Like suppose you have a lot of images and a lot of objects like a deployment, a service and everything. So it becomes hard for you to deploy everything one by one. Next problem comes is like updates are very hard. Like suppose you want to update a specific value or a specific image to another tag, it becomes hard because you need to find all the images in all the manifests and then you need to update. Secondly is rollbacks. Suppose something goes wrong and you need to roll back to your previous change. It becomes hard because whenever you try to roll back, you need to find all the previous version of things. So it becomes quite hard to find them and then just roll back. So there comes Helm. So Helm can help you to reproduce your deployment by creating templates or that we call charts. Also, there is a very good option for you to update with parameters because Helm provides a values.yaml file in which everything is listed, which you can use to manage the deployments and manage your versions. Also, as we told, there is something called charts which will help you to deploy and that you can share across your organization. And it just it's very easy to use because you don't need to learn a lot about objects and you can use a Helm install command to do things, which we will do in a bit. So let's talk about the architecture of Helm. So this is your Kubernetes cluster and this is your Helm CLI. So we authenticate your Kubernetes cluster using a .kubeconfig file, which contains your Kubernetes clusters, admin, and all the authentication tokens. And then there is something called a Helm repository. So Helm repository contains all your charts. It's like a Play Store for Helm charts. And whenever you need to pull something from the repository, you can use the Helm commands, Helm pull, and you can pull the charts and then you can deploy that to your cluster. You can also create your chart and upload that to your Helm repository so anyone can use. So let's understand the components of Helm. So one of the first components is the charts.yaml. So charts.yaml contains all the information about your Helm chart itself. So as we see, the first is the API version. The second one is the name and the versions. And there are a lot of unnecessary fields like dependencies and maintainers, which you can use and not. And this will give you the information about some specific Helm chart. Next one is your deployment.yaml and values.yaml. So in the deployment.yaml, you can see we are templating this thing in .values.replica.conf. You have a values.yaml in which you can inherit the following values here. And also you can also inherit the images using the values.yaml in your deployment.yaml. The advantage of this is like whenever you change something from here, the following will be automatically templatized and then you can use that in your deployment. So when you render the following thing, something like this comes up in which your images use an Nginx image. So suppose you change the Nginx image from here to something else, then it also changes over here after you are going to install the Helm chart. So this is the Helm CLI in which there are a lot of commands. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
I was wondering what are the differences between. Am I audible? Am I audible without?
Yeah, you are.
I was just wondering what are the differences between customize and because customize also helps you to streamline multiple manifests and stuff. And
Actually, I haven't used customize. Yeah. So I've been using Helm only. No issue. Next is Helm repository. As we told, it's a place where you store your charts. And then we will just do the demo right now. So for demo, you need the access to your Kubernetes cluster. And we will create a GCP cluster for this right now. So let's get started with this. So you can go to cloud.google.com and you can open your console and then you can go and click on create a GKE cluster. So we are creating an autopilot cluster in which everything will be managed and we have auto scaling also enabled. So just let's go and create it. And the provisioning has started. So this is the cluster which we are creating right now. And it's configuring and then it will deploy and do the health checks required for that. Till then, let's open the Helm CLI and play around with some commands. I hope my screen is visible. And so when you type the command Helm, you can see there's Helm installed. But if you don't have Helm installed on your machine, you can always go to helm.sh and go to docs. And there are instructions on how you can install Helm. And yeah. So first we need to have a repository over here. So as we talked about that, there is something called repository in which all our Helm charts are there. So one of the famous repositories is Bitnami, which I've already added. So if you use Helm repo list, you will see the name of the repository over here. To add a repository, you can add Helm repo. Let's see the command using Helm. So add a repository, the command is Helm repo add. And the name of the repository and the URL. So for example, if we add Bitnami 1, yeah, so now we have a new repository called Bitnami 1. So that's how you add a repository. So it's like you are installing Play Store on your machine. Nextly, we will download some Helm charts. So in this tutorial, we want to download a WordPress health chart. And so for that, we can use the command so yeah, to use that thing, you need to add the name of the repository you want to search. So we want to search WordPress. And we want to search the okay. So there are a lot of repositories. So we will go with the Bitnami WordPress, and we will pull this repository from the we will pull this chart from the repository to our local machine. So to pull this, the command is and we'll just copy the Bitnami WordPress from here. And if you see, there is something called WordPress over here, but we need to unarchive that. But Helm has also one good command in which you can unarchive that without using command. So there is something called un.flag, which we can use to unarchive the following thing. So let's make a directory. And let's pull the repository again, but with the un.flag. So if we see, there is something called WordPress repository created with a lot of files here. So let's open the following in VS Code. So if we see this thing, there is a lot of instructions. Let's read the README in a readable format. So as we see, this is the package for the WordPress, and we have done the added the repository, and now we need to install the WordPress to create the WordPress website on our cluster. But let's check the status of our cluster. Is it created? So it's 67% completed. So we need to wait a bit more. Till then, explore what's there in Helm. So as we told, Helm helps us to parameterize a lot of things. Like we can parameterize from where we are putting the image. As you know, Docker has added restrictions on how many images you can put using without an ID. So you can change your repository to something else, maybe a private repository. And there are a lot more options in how your cluster domain will be. The image tags, the WordPress username password. So whenever you first configure your WordPress instance, you can assign a default username and password. You just don't need to go inside and find the config maps and everything and to find the following. So we will be going around and changing the following things. So as you know, there's a file called values.yaml. Yeah. So there is a file called values.yaml, which with the help of your deployment.yaml creates a template. So we will be going around and doing the same. So this is your values.yaml. As you see, there's a lot of options over there, and those options are what you can customize for your requirements. So if we go and search user, so this is a WordPress user name. So if you customize this, you can change the name of the user when the cluster is first deployed. And also you can add your first name and last name if you want to. And then you can add the name of your blog. So let's make it CCT's blog. And there are a lot more options which we won't be going because it's complicated and it's out of the bound for a simple Helm tutorial. And there are options like how your update strategy will be rolling, blue, green, and everything are also there according to your requirements whenever there is a new update. So let's see what's the status of our cluster. So if you have any questions till then, our cluster has been created, let's ask them. Anyone? Okay, no questions. Let's wait till the cluster has been created and explore another files. So in your charts, there are the files which will help you to create the WordPress instance. And there are some keywords which will help you to search the following chart across the repository. So let's get ahead with what's the plan for now till the cluster has been created. So I think it's taking up more time than usual. So after we will create the cluster, we will authenticate using our kubeconfig file. And the kubeconfig file will help us to authenticate with our cluster and install use kubectl and help with that. We have already gotten the charts and we are editing the charts in VS Code. And then we will install the chart with versioning so that we can use the WordPress thingy. And then we will access the following cluster and the WordPress site using load balancer. And at the end, they will write a simple blog post and change the theme for the WordPress. And finally, we'll install the chart. Yeah, so finally the cluster is created. Let's connect to it. So to connect the cluster, you should have the G-Cloud utility on your machine, and then you can open the terminal and paste the following command. So if you go kubectl get nodes, so you see the nodes are being created around 4 minutes 26 seconds ago. And right now we will use this following nodes to deploy our chart. So to deploy your Helm chart, you can use Helm install. And let's see in the help utility what are the options which we have. So the utility says we have a lot of options, like we can just change the my values with the values which you want, and there are some options in which you can directly pull the image without changing things and deploy that. One of the most popular options is to deploy it using the edited values which you have done. So Helm install, let's give it a name of version 1. And then if as the following thing is in the WordPress directory in which we have changed the things, we will do this so that everything is in this directory only, and we will click on enter. So the installation process starts. So right now we have initiated the installation. Yeah. So let's open this thing. And the kubectl utility is there to investigate your cluster objects. So let's see how many pods we are creating right now. So as we see, 2 pods creation has been started. One is the MariaDB, in which our configurations and the posts will be stored, and is your WordPress pod, in which everything related to your WordPress application, the templates and everything will be made sure and served. So let's wait till this thing is being created, so we can use the watch command to see as the things are being created. And also you can see more than this, there are some PVC and PCs are also being created. So persistent volumes help you to store the data inside your cluster with disk that can be outside or anywhere in your cluster. So let's see what's are there. So we see there are 2 PVs which are already being created and 2 PVCs, and we just need to wait for our clusters to start with the pods. So it will take some time. Okay. Yeah, so the container is being created and things are happening right now inside our cluster. Yeah, the MariaDB is running, and right now we are waiting for our WordPress access to start. So if we investigate what's happening there, we can use using kubectl describe command. Yeah, so everything is running now, and we will just go and find the service which is export. So the following IP is the one where which we will get our WordPress instance running. So let's go there. Okay, so this is the one which we created, and so this is a CZ log. And if you want to log in using here, so we can use the login field over here. And to find the password, there is a command which is here. So it's stored in the config map, and the password is this. So if you want to create a post, I don't want to say this, you can always go and create a post here. And when you publish the thing, so this thing is deployed on a Kubernetes cluster. So remove the following things. You can use the help install command, and you can give the version of the chart, and then this thing will be removed. So yeah, any questions, anyone? Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Ritik, for this ingenious session. First of all, let's start a big round of applause for Ritik for this great interaction. Step-by-step method how to set up, run, and implement apps. Oh, mic is not working. Okay. So thank you so much, Ritik, again for this genius session. First of all, let's have a big round of applause for Ritik for this wonderful session. While most of our speakers are from industry background, Ritik is a third-year student, and that's really appreciable. He showed us a complete step-by-step method of how to set up and run and implement Helm. Thank you so much, Ritik.
Made myself as a temporary anchor for this show, but just for this session. So I'm not gonna take more of your time and just cut to the chase. So the next speaker is Ayush Thakur, who happens to be one of my university juniors. He currently works as a machine learning engineer at a company called Weights and Biases, which some of you might already know. It's a company that helps you with tooling for tracking your experimentations and other MLOps related stuff, which Ayush is gonna talk about. I have known Ayush for a while, like 5 years maybe for now. I can say this from my own experience. You wouldn't want to miss this talk, like for the world. This talk is going to be good. And also Ayush happens to be a Kaggle Notebooks master, which itself is a great feat. So I'll hand it off to Ayush now, and let's give him a round of applause.
How many of us knows Weights and Biases is our gold sponsor for the event? I mean, now all of us know Weights and Biases is our gold sponsor for the cloud people are around after the session, you should also be around so you can have a talk.
Technical difficulties.
Guys, hello. Hello. Those who are connected to the Wi-Fi, kindly use it only for collab, using the collab that will be shared with you guys. Or please kindly disconnect if you are not following the collab, because we have some bandwidth issues, and it would be really nice if you could disconnect if you are not using it for collab.
Everyone is getting restless. Yeah, so while we are trying to solve the technical issues, few promises. I hope that this talk or this workshop is gonna be fun for all of you. I wanna at least want that at least you take away one good message from this workshop, one good learning. I'm gonna it's really it's a 1 hour long workshop. It's really tight. I have a lot of material to cover, but at the same time, I promise that I will try to not bore you all. And I was hoping that by the time I do this monologue, I would have been connected, but that didn't happen. Oh, shit. Anyone, any solution? Yeah, by the way, by the time I'm trying to resolve the issue, you can visit this link. Also, if you have your laptops, I would really appreciate if you can take that out, connect with an internet, and at least go to this link so that actually you can run the code, learn with me as well. Yeah. Can you please open your laptops if you have, because we are here for a workshop. Laptops should be there. Yeah. You can just it's a small link, right? You can just type in. I made sure to shorten it so that you don't have this issue. Yeah, my Wi-Fi name is Tamiz. Can someone share the password and that meeting ID?
आगे छेद कर देते हैं उसमें, है ना? ठीक है, तुम्हारा नाम बताना मुझे यार, कौन कौन किसको किसको पसंद नहीं आता, थोड़ा हाथ उठाना प्लीज। कहाँ गए सब? अभी दिख रहे थे मुझे कुछ लोग उधर, रेड टी शर्ट, आप दिख रहे थे, आपके बगल वाले भी थे शायद, आप थे ना? तो उठो उठो उठो, stand up, stand up. Okay, can we get some stickers to them, please? वो बेचारे दुखी हैं. Yeah, please give them some stickers. वो खाने से दुखी हैं, उनको दे दो यार. अभी लोग सोच रहे हैं कि जिनको खाना अच्छा लगा क्यों बोला हम. या कोई बात नहीं, ये सब स्कैम होते रहते हैं लाइफ में, हमारे साथ भी हो रहा है. Nice. So, very quickly asking, right? Quick polls. Yeah, how many of you are interested in machine learning? How many of you actually do machine learning? How many of you will be able to explain machine learning? Okay, I see a lot of people who are confident. Okay, yeah. Person at the back, please, come on. Yeah. और किसने हार्ड उठाया है? Explain machine learning. Google मत करो, इंटरनेट नहीं चल रहा है. वहाँ दिख रहा है नहीं चल रहा. Okay, hi. Your name is? Abhishek Kumar Verma. Abhishek. Okay, hi Abhishek. Nice to meet you. Please introduce yourself a bit, and just tell us about your experience with machine learning in a very quick note. Okay, we might just get set up.
Actually, I am very beginner to machine learning, and currently I am exploring the field. But till now, what I have known that machine learning is a process why we can interact with the machines and make him learn what we do, he can do, and what we cannot do. We can approach it by maths and other things.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, no worries. Okay, thanks a lot. Can we have a Vanby sticker for him? Please take a Vanby sticker. So, how many of you know about Vanby? किसको पता है Vanby? किसको पता है Vanby? सुना है weights and biases? नहीं सुना है किसी ने? वहाँ पे बहुत देर तक एक दिख रहा था एक लोगो. किसने देखा? सबने देख लिया. ऊपर किसी ने नहीं देखा. नहीं दिख रहा क्या वो? वहाँ पे एक मॉनिटर रखा है. नहीं दिख रहा. हमारे स्पॉन्सर्स के लिस्ट में वेस्ट एंड बायसेस लिखा है. देखा किसने? थोड़ा सोचा तुमने क्या है ये? गूगल करो यार. नेट नहीं चल रहा. Yeah. So Weights and Biases is a company which works on a product. The product is again named Vanby, and it helps you track your machine learning performance, training, whatever you want in real time with very beautiful graphs. Besides doing other operations, I guess वो आयुष बताएगा अभी. I'll not take up his content. Okay, now let's come to how many of you are interested in Android? यार ये वही जनता है जिसने मशीन लर्निंग के लिए हाथ उठाया. You are interested in everything. Nice. ठीक है. Android people, please raise your hands. Android. Yeah. How many of you have published apps on the Play Store? Okay, there's one. There's one up there. Okay. Yeah, I hope we could have got the stickers there. Sorry, the mic there. Okay. So I just want to let everyone know that the team at Cloud Communities Kolkata 22, right? We made an app. How many of you installed it? Some of you didn't. Okay. So if you have installed it, right? Very quickly, can anyone tell me what features they got on it? Anyone who wants to tell that? Yeah, please come on the stage. Okay, that's a very fancy picture. What's it about?
Yeah, so the app got features like reschedule events and who are the speakers, and it also has a mail ID for authors for the contacts of the speakers, and I think it also got a tab for communicating for support, and one more thing there was view tickets. So and there were one more thing I cannot remember. Yeah, those are all the features I remember. But I think there was something I was missing.
Thanks a lot. Can we get him some stickers? Okay, so bunch of volunteers want to give you stickers. Yeah, thank you. So if you notice then that the app has a notification feature, right? And they are continuously sending you notifications about what's happening here. And some of you might not be coming to the event tomorrow, right? I understand that. And we will again be doing a live stream and we'll again be sending you notifications about each session that is starting, ending, whatever, right? So make sure you keep the app installed at least for the next one day. And just keep checking those notifications so that if there's a giveaway, if there's a live contest like quiz that we are running, you can get to be a part of it, right? Because again, we are kind of very loaded with swags. We want to give it to all of you because मैं घर में store बना के क्या करूँगा, right? चलो, are we set up, guys? We're good to go. Thanks for waiting. Yeah, over to Ayush for his session.
Hello. First of all, thank you, Google Cloud Kolkata, for organizing this. Thank you, Sandra, for that intro, and thank you, Anubhav, for engaging the crowd while we were trying to fix the issue. First of all, I have shared this link. Did anyone try to open it up? Raise of hand, please. Did you try to open create that account that I asked to open the collab notebook, the GitHub repository? कुछ किया किसी ने? Anyway, fine. So जिनका नेट allow कर रहा है, follow along with me. जिनका नहीं allow कर रहा है, it's totally fine. You can go back home. You will have all the resources. Just remember this link. You will have everything. Got it? Can we get started? Right. So the talk is gonna be on how you can get more out of your machine learning workflow. Just one sec. Yeah. Finally, now we are finally set up with everything. अब दिक्कत नहीं होना चाहिए, hopefully. Yeah. So I hope you all are having a great time. You all might have learned a lot today, but I will try to like ask this that please give me your attention if you can. And like if you are starting out with machine learning, or you are a machine learning practitioner, or you are a professional, I hope that this workshop is gonna give you something that you can take back home. Yeah. So who am I? I'm a machine learning engineer at Dialysis. We got the privilege of sponsoring this event. I am a Google developer expert in machine learning, Kaggle notebooks faster, and you can find my work on this link if you wanna check out. We have a lot to cover. Yeah, we have a lot to cover today, so I would request your attention. We will be using weights and biases for all the ML ops requirement, and I will show you how you can instrument ML weights and biases with your workflow. Sounds good? Sounds good? Awesome. So the big picture, and we are here. Let's me set up the whole workshop with this big picture idea. Yeah, so machine learning is basically transforming a lot of industries. Yeah, we all can agree to the hype that ML is transforming our industry and is obviously transforming our lives in the process. But at the same time, a lot of ML companies are still having issues to put the model from ideation to deployment, right? They are not actually able to create the use case. A lot of money is being wasted, etc. As per an estimate, about 85 to 90% of ML projects are failing, which is not a great thing, right? So what's the issue? What can we attribute to this failure, right? So it can be that the data engineers, is there any data engineer here working with data, doing some analysis, right? They might be doing some all their stuff, all their exploratory data analysis, and trying to find the key insights, but not being able to properly share it with their machine learning engineers or other stakeholders in the company. Or maybe the data is bad, or they are not able to have a good practice among teams, or the key insights from the model training pipelines or the data pipeline is limited to few key stakeholders, right? I'm kind of generalizing here, but this might be true for few, might not be true, one might be true, a lot might be true, we don't know, right? So there's a massive developer tools gap in the ML world, right? Please can I have your attention, everyone? The balcony individuals. Yeah, so there's a huge gap. Disclaimer, there used to be a huge gap. Now there are a lot of tools and we might be struggling as to what tool to decide from. But if you're not aware, like I know I this question, who are actually doing machine learning. So those who are doing, few of you might be starting out, you might not be even aware what tools are out there. So for you, there's a major gap, right? So we all are familiar with software 1.0, which is app development, web development, etc. Like obviously we have now web 2 and web 3 and whatnot, but there are dedicated tools for all this like software 1 based software that we're building, right? So we have GitHub for code versioning, we have Figma for design, but that is not the case for software 2.0. We usually consider machine learning software 2.0 paradigm, right? Are you all with me? Yeah, so as I mentioned that the gap has reduced, but there are a lot of options. A lot of folks that are doing machine learning in the day-to-day work, they might not have the time to actually instrument their pipeline with proper tooling. They might not have incentive. So a lot of researchers out there who write research papers, if you go and try to reproduce their code, it will not work, or you will not be able to reproduce the results. So because they don't have incentive, right? And the last but the sad thing is that many of us might not be even aware. So really quickly, I just want to touch upon who all I am talking to here. So these are the personas I am talking to. If you are a student, yeah, I am talking to students, researchers, and professionals, right? Right. So you might be as a student. How many of the students raise their hand quick? First year, third year, like fourth year. I thought so. Second year, by the way. I tried to jump. So yeah. So how many of you are like thinking of learning machine learning, and you are thinking of building a career in machine learning? Right. Great. I would say 2 years back, I was at the same place. I was thinking of making my some contribution to the machine learning ecosystem, and I'm trying still. You might be. How many of you are writing papers, doing research, actual research? Anyone? Awesome. So a question to you, if you don't mind. How are you actually making sure that, assuming that you're working with a co-author, or are you doing research on your own? In machine learning? No. Anyway, are you able to properly collaborate with your professor on the key insights? Nice. Yeah, makes sense. Thank you so much. What's your name, by the way? Thank you. And finally, I was obviously talking to professionals out here, and they might have gazillion issues that they are trying to tackle because they are dealing with real life work use cases. And when you're working in industry, you will have to face a lot, to be honest. So why should you actually care? If you're a student, because most of us here are students. So if you are actually learning ML, is at this very point in time, it would be a great asset if you can learn some basic MLOps techniques. If you can learn at least one tool out there, it can be weights and biases, it can be some other tool like Comet ML. So if you even learn to use TensorBoard properly, that will be a great asset to you when you're applying for jobs. Am I making sense? Yeah. So you might be a researcher and you are doing a lot of machine learning modeling. So you want to train and collaborate properly. If you're a professional, you want to go from ideation to production as quick as possible, right? And for that, you need proper tooling. And the most important part of the tooling is that it has to scale up with your business needs. So yeah, like those are the three personas I'm trying to touch. You might already have a proper tooling in your pipeline if you're a professional, but still, like maybe this workshop might give some good insight. Yeah, so let's first get into the code. Like if you all have, if you all checked out the link, how many of you have the link open? Raise a hand, please. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, so this is the Wilson versus report that was shared with all of you. So you will find the slide there. So you can go back home, read the speakers note, everything. It might be useful to you. Right. Yeah. So today we all will be doing image classification on this MED-MNIST dataset. So a quick note on MED-MNIST dataset. Yeah, so MED-MNIST is a large-scale MNIST-like dataset. So how many of you have all those who are doing machine learning? Have you trained a classifier, image classifier on MNIST dataset? Raise your hand, please. Yeah.
Not this dataset exactly,
Huh?
but digit classifier.
Digit classifier, or not MNIST but some other digit classifier dataset. Yeah, that's fine enough. You all have at least heard of MNIST? CIFAR? You all know what image classification is? Yeah, anyone? Can anyone answer what image classification is? Yeah? Yeah, makes sense. Right, so we gonna do something like that today. I have a GitHub repository. I have shared a Collab notebook link in that report. If you open that Collab notebook, you will find a repository that's been installed and that's been used to train a classifier. We'll try to get into some code, but we'll mostly focus on understanding the workflow. Okay. Right. So this is the repository structure, which I'm thinking of skipping right now because we don't have a lot of time. But just one important point: this GitHub repository structure is something that you will find in a lot of machine learning based frameworks like Hugging Face or Keras CV or some other open source paper implementations. You will have some model like our main directory. You will have some model files, some data file to download the data, to build the data loaders. You will have a train file which you will use to train your classifier or object detector or whatnot. Right? Making sense? I guess not. Yeah, so what does a typical ML workflow look like? So you have some data pipeline where you actually collect data and you have a data source. You clean it, you do some exploration on it, and you repeat it. Right? You have some model development pipeline wherein you take the data, consume it, and then you train a lot of models on top of it. Then you evaluate your model on some metrics, right? So the metrics is something, say for example, if you're training a classifier, you want to check if the model is accurate or not, right? So accuracy is a metric here. What's interesting is you might train your model today, but you decide on a metric maybe few weeks later because the metrics change as per your use case or your business needs, right? So you want to save those models properly. And finally, you deploy the model. And deployment is something that we will not talk about here because it's a beast of its own. Also, we'll revisit the workflow later on as well. Right. How many of you use Keras? Okay, first raise up, how many of you have trained the model? Oh, that's a very few. No worries. How many of you use Keras? Just few of you. So you might be familiar with the Keras workflow. All those who are not familiar and you are thinking of starting to do machine learning, Keras is a really good framework that you can start with. Okay? It's very simple. You do some imports, you build a data loader, and there's a really good API for building that, which is called TF data dataset. And then right, and then you create a model, you compile it, and then you initialize few callbacks. So in Keras ecosystem, callback is something that you use to maybe save model or stop your model training when a condition is met or something like that, right? It triggers some functionalities when an event occurs, like start of the training or end of an epoch. Okay, what is epoch? Anyone real quick? Any answer? Yeah. Yeah, that's fair enough. Awesome. So at this point, let's go ahead to our collab notebook and run this line of code. Okay. Yeah. Can you guys see the screen? Yeah, so first I have done some installations, which is something that we can skip. Then I install some dependencies. So every software or every Python-based project will require some sort of dependencies. Here, there are two dependencies. One, weights and biases. You install weights and biases by doing pip install WAN-DB. That's it. And you have all the functionalities of weights and biases. Cool. Another thing that we are using is ML collections. So if you are familiar with what configuration is and why it is important, ML collection is a great option. And I would like to thank Sagar actually for suggesting that long back. Yeah. So once you have done all those installations, you will do import WAN-DB. So you, at least you all are familiar with Python. Raise of hands, Python users. So you do some imports, right? So you import weights and biases by doing import WAN-DB, and then you authenticate your machine. Interesting thing is the machine can be your GCP cloud instance, your Azure cloud instance, your local laptop, your desktop, collab notebook, Kaggle kernel, wherever you just authenticate that, and all your experiments will be tracked in a WAN-DB project that you create. Okay, so if you're familiar with GitHub, which is a repository for your code, weights and biases can be considered a repository for all your machine learning experiments, right? So you can be doing data exploration, you can be training models. So for whatever you are doing is going to be one single repository of knowledge. Right, so here we are running that command line code that I showed. So Python framework of Py and then with some configuration. This is a list of configuration, so you can skim through. I can skim through it. You have some seed, you have some epochs. So here we are trading for just 3 epochs, and then you download the dataset. So everything is being done automatically because I've created it for you all. Download the dataset, you build the data loader as per the Keras workflow. You create a model, and then finally you train it. Here we are training for 3 epochs. Yeah. So here we have a typical, when you do model.fit, when you're using Keras, you do model.fit to train model, and you get something like this, a cool looking log. So you can see that the loss of the model was some 0.6, then it went down. So when you're training model, the loss should go down. It depends, but ideally, I mean, in most of the use cases, the loss should go down. 28 cross 28. Yeah, this is a MedMNIST data set. So MNIST data sets are 28 cross 28. So MedMNIST are 28 cross 28 also. But they are specific to medical domain. Okay, so you have chest X-ray data, you have kidney tissues, you have all those pathological stuff, which is really cool. And the best part about this data set is that you do not require to have a medical knowledge to get started with it, right? So that was the whole reasoning for this data set. We have some samples of the data. Yeah, I will go into it. Right. So we train some model, you get some summary, but the question is, how can you manage all this summary properly? That's the big question. Right. So you might be using something like this. If you have used Keras and if you have used model.fit, you might use matplotlib to log the plot the loss or plot the accuracy. Great. You can take a screenshot, share it in your WhatsApp group with your friends or teammates. I used to do that when I was in college. We used to do this research on a phonocardiogram, which is basically heart sound. And myself and my friends, we used to train model, take this screen, plot this using Matplotlib, which is a visualization tool library, and we used to share it on WhatsApp. Now we have lost all of this knowledge, which is why we require a proper management tool for all the machine learning experiments. So what's efficient experiment management tool? Man, you can use Excel sheets. How many of you have used Excel sheet? All of you? Yeah, you might have used notepads. That's not cool. You might be using your directory structure folders to create, okay, this is this version of the data set, you name this data 1 version 0. Then you change something over the data, create another folder, data 1 version 2, something like that, right? That's not efficient at all. Yeah, so this was tracking, this is management, and then how should you be doing it actually? Now, since I'm from Weights and Biases, I'm a bit biased, and I've only used Weights and Biases to be honest, because I used to use TensorBot, and then it was the era of TensorFlow 1.x. If you are not familiar with 1.x, it used to be, I'm not sure if I can say it, but it used to be painful to use. But then TensorFlow 2.0 came, and then the world changed. So Weights and Biases provides it provides MLOps for your workflows. I have used the word minimal because if you are a student just learning learning machine learning, the minimal will look different than if you are training a lot of large language models. Okay, it's very easy to use and it scales well for the business. Right. So basically, if you remember this slide about the gap, basically we are giving this solution for all the important steps in a software 2.0 development cycle. And we'll go through it one by one. So first, artifacts. Remember I showed that directory where you are creating different versions of data set and saving it. The same way, if you're training a lot of models, you might be saving the model as model CKPT 1 dash 27 dash the date, basically the date, and then some version, then go so on and so forth, right? That's not efficient. So artifacts is a product that is used to store whatever you want to store in it. It can be used to store data, the model, or even CSV files or whatever you want. It's like a directory structure, but it's version control. That's the main point. The second part is tables. So Saida here asked for the samples of the data. If you are doing machine learning, you will start with exploring the data. We'll go into it. There are some really funny slides. Tables is a way to visualize all the data. And then finally, we have experiment tracking for efficient experiment management and tracking. We'll skip other products because that might not be useful here. This is the same Keras workflow, but I have instrumented it with Weights and Biases. Just 3 lines of code. You import Weights and Biases and import this callback, 1DB callback. If you are learning machine learning, I would highly recommend to learn about configurations, how you can manage configuration, why you should be writing configuration. It will come in handy. Learn about event collection. It's a very simple library. Use it. You're gonna thank us later. And then once you have imported Weights and Biases, in the same Keras workflow, you initialize Weights and Biases by calling 1db.unit, and then you have a run. And then just pass this callback to model.fit, and you are good to go. You are tracking experiments, you are managing experiments, you are saving the file, you are doing all the good stuff. Right, so now let's run this command line with this argument 1 dB under --1 dB. I'm not going to run it here because I've already done so. But once you do that, if you remember this, you have all this configuration and then model summary and then the training. The same is happening here, but you have some links, some fancy links. Let's open one. So what you are seeing right now is what we have offered for experiment tracking. As you can see, you can track the loss. It's interactive. So if you log thousands of runs, you can find what's the best run that gave the best accuracy, the lowest loss, whatnot. You can see all the accuracy. Then, right. Now, when you're training a model, you might be using GPUs. Are you familiar with GPUs? At least you all game, right? So GPU is important, and for machine learning, GPUs are very important. So here, when I was training model, I can check, go back, maybe 6 months back, and check that, yeah, like this data loader had this CPU utilization, which is cool. I mean, it's not much. You can check the memory utilization. You can see the GPU temperature. You can see how much GPU was utilized, how much memory was allocated. All good stuff just in one place. And then finally this overview page. You can see that I ran this line of code. So you even have a track of what command you ran to have this result, which is important. You can see which GPU was used. It's P100. And if you're trying to reproduce your machine learning experiments, hardware is important. If you train something on a given GPU, it might not reproduce the same result on a different GPU. There are some nuances. And then I talked about the configuration. Now say you trained a model for 3 epochs. You got some accuracy. Now, after a few weeks, you are thinking that maybe if I train it for longer, I might get better accuracy, right? We might reason this. It's a very common sense thing, right? Now, after those few weeks, you will not remember how long did you train the model in the first place. So this configuration will give you that very thing. So if I go to train config, I can see that, yeah, I train for 3 epochs using this loss function. So maybe I can train for 13 epochs and see what happens and then compare with this run. So this is 1 dB run page. And if you go back, this is the project page, right? So in the project page, you have all those runs that were logged. You can compare the runs like this. You can see which run gave the best accuracy. You can find out the information about the system. Cool facts, you can even group them. So if you want to group them by training or evaluation or whatnot, you can do that. So a lot of small, simple features that you might not be able to do if you are using Notepad or Excel sheet to track your or manage your experiments. Was I able to make a point clear? That at least you need a good tooling? Yeah? Do you agree? Bit more energy, please. Yeah. Awesome. Right, let's go ahead. So we'll revisit the workflows with weights and biases. Yeah. So we start with the data workflow. Okay. So when you start, if you become a machine learning engineer, you will first start with the data. Data is everything, to be honest. If you don't have data, you don't have a model to train on. So we first start with data exploration. There are a lot of steps. You do data cleaning, you do the splitting of data. So you create a training set, a validation set, and you take off some samples to create a holdout test set. There are a lot of nuances, but we're not going to it. So how are you visualizing your data and versioning it? Okay, why is versioning important? Funny thing, say you have a data, you do some exploration, you find that a lot of images are wrongly labeled. Okay, so you will remove those images or you will correct those labels. So if you are removing the images or if you are correcting the labels, you are actually creating a new version of the data, right? Make sense? So everything you do on the data is creating new versions. Now, obviously, when you are working with data, there will be an ML guy sitting somewhere. He will just want to train models and like, give me the data. I want to train model. He will start training. Then, if he is not using proper tooling, he will think that, yeah, I trained this on this set of data. It gives this result, and then he will be happy. Go to the manager. Yeah, it's giving good result, but the data was not labeled properly. Cool. The data engineer found that after a few weeks. He created a new version and then shared that version with the engineers, ML engineers. They trained new models and this kept on going. And then finally they decided that, yeah, we have to deploy the model. Now the question is, which model was trained on which data? That's a big question, right? Because you have to track that lineage. So, if you are exploring data, you might first download the data in your directory, local system, laptop, computer, whatnot. You will open your file explorer, go through the data. You will do something like this. You will maybe open an individual image, look at the metadata, maybe the size of the image. Or if you are on a Linux system, you will do ls and see the name of the files. Oh yeah, I will be happy. Yeah, we have the files at least. I cannot see them directly, but I have. Finally, most of us will be using Jupyter notebooks or Colab notebooks to write some matplotlib code, visualize the data. But then, when you are actually doing some real-world use case, even this WMS data set, it has some 11,000 images. Will you sit and visualize all those 11,000 images with the labels? Will you do that? Even if you're paid to do that? Yeah, that's not efficient. So what's efficient, what's interactive, and which allows some basic EDAs as well. So we will be running this command, log data. Right. So we do this log data is basically logging the images as artifacts and using tables. I talked about artifacts and tables, right? It's using the artifacts to store the images and using tables to visualize it. Let's open this link real quick. And things are going to be fun from here on. So this is the artifacts tab. You go to the data set. So I have logged a lot of versions. So you can see version 0, 1, 2, and I can compare between them. Then I can see that, yeah, this was owned by me. So maybe in a team, there can be 5 data engineers creating different version of data sets. So you need to know who did what, because you have to hold them accountable, right? And then maybe when it was created. It's also important. Now let's explore the images. So we have these tables here. Right. So we have. So this is the first time we are actually looking at the MetaMask data set. Let me try to zoom in. Less samples. Try to zoom in. So this particular image is labeled platelet and its encoded label is 7. So you can see all those images. Neutrophil, platelet. What cool is that you can just filter maybe encoded label to 7. And now you will only visualize all the images that belongs to the label platelet. Now why is this important? When you are training a model, getting one with the data is the most crucial part. And because you as humans should be able to classify the images yourself to an extent, right? And then only you can create a model, a deep learning model, or some fancy system that you can expect to do the same thing. Right? If you cannot do it yourself, don't expect a machine to do it, right? So you need to get one with data, and this can be really useful. Yeah, let's go back to the slide. So we use artifacts, we use table. You can check out the GitHub repository and you can find all the files. You can read through the code. And one important disclaimer, this code was written in few days, but it took me at least a year to actually have this whole pipeline because I've been iterating on this, participating in different other competitions or doing my own stuff, right? So it might be a really good resource for those who are starting out at least. Right. Now, the table is not just limited to images. You might be doing semantic segmentation. How many of you are familiar with semantic segmentation? Anyone? Anyone else? No one? Yeah. Can you say what semantic segmentation?
Different objects in different colors with semantic classified.
Yeah, that makes sense. But the exact answer is like when you're doing image classification, you're classifying a whole image to a class. When you're doing segmentation, you are classifying each pixels. Each pixels are labeled something. Okay. So you can visualize semantic segmentation mask. You can visualize object detection bounding boxes. And these are important because say you have collected a lot of data, you outsource that data to some third-party company who will annotate everything. Then you need to verify that the annotation is good or not. If you have paid the money and that's worth it, right? You can log videos, you can log audios, text, right? So that's minimal MLOps that you require to explore data. Learn something? Yeah, cool. Now let's talk about the model development workflow. Here, you will be training a baseline model, doing model upset, training a baseline model, hurrah, now you're happy. But you will be doing it many times with a lot of different combinations of hyperparameters. Hyperparameters are like epoch, how long are we training it? How many neurons are in the model? What's the size of the data set that you are training on? What's the batch size? So you need to keep track of those things as well. Then you might be defining a data set, you might be trying out different models. You start with a small one, keep on increasing the model, and you just want to have the best score out, right? So how are you keeping track of your models? A conventional way would be you're storing the models in your Google Drive. You have some 15 GB free storage. You are using Google Drive to keep it. You are then using Collab Notebook, mounting it to Google Drive, taking that model and then using it. That's not efficient, man. Or you are using Kaggle datasets. If you're not familiar, Kaggle dataset is a product by Kaggle that you can use to save model or datasets. Or you can save it locally on a system, which will take the space that you would have kept for movies, maybe. I mean, anyway, like these stream anyway. So, if you run this line of code on the same frame.py log model, you will have something like, so we are doing the same thing with the log model argument, and you will see something like this, that assets written to model, 1DB model assets. So you are saving the models locally. As I have pointed multiple times, this is not efficient because you might have to share this model with different teams. You might have to go back to the model and you need to pack it properly. Right? So what's better versioning? Here again a command line tool. You can go back home. Please run this at least. You can see the whole thing happening. And here the models are gonna be properly versioned. So let me open that. So you have multiple models saved here. So if I go to a given version of the model, I can see that the model's files were saved. You can see the overview that when it was created, who created it, right? And these are important metadata that's required. And talking about metadata, we have a special tab metadata where you can actually see for a given checkpoint what was the accuracy, what was the loss. That's important. Fine. Now, final, almost like second last important workflow, which is model evaluation. So, I was talking about metrics, right? So you might be working in a company, you need to save the models, but sorry, you're training a lot of models, but you're not sure about the metrics, or the metrics might change with the business need. You might want to track something else. There are a lot of KPIs and stuff like that when you are working. So you need to store those models properly, version them properly, have some metadata associated with them, so that you can evaluate later on. So how are you evaluating your model now? And this is, I would say, at least for students, this is very true. If you have trained a digit classifier, have you done something like this? Where you have plotted the images, you have, this is the Q prediction, Q label, this is the plus, this is the prediction, right? And then you will wonder, what are the images where the prediction failed, right? Let's go quickly to the next slide. Here I will really skim through the whole thing. Basically, I have just introduced another argument, --log eval, which will log the evaluation table to weights and biases for better evaluation, right? Let's go to the collab notebook here. Log model as artifacts, and you have something like this. Let's go to the workspace. Right, so let's open an evaluation table. I think the first time I saw it, my mind was blown. I'm not sure if you all will feel the same. But if you remember the first table, I just had some images and their ground truth labels, right? Now, in this table, I have the same images, the ground truth label, but I also have the prediction. So I have this superpower, which is I can do something like, is the ground truth not equal to the prediction? And let's see how many images were not able to be classified properly. Let's apply this filter, and there were 16 images that were not being classified properly. Now, if you're doing maybe cat and dog classification, it's really easy to say that, yeah, there was this dog, but it was misclassified as cat because the dog had this shadow and it looked like a cat, or the fur of the dog was something that resembled a cat. So you can find all these nuances in your data as to why the model is failing, and then you can use this knowledge back to train a better model. Am I making sense? Another interesting thing that I feel you can do is right. So let's group all the ground truths. So we have all these ground truths. So every image that belongs to the label 4, we'll check here how many images are actually been predicted for. So I would say 6 were predicted for, which is good enough. Few were not predicted for, few were been predicted 0. So like one image was predicted 0. So we can all do all this deduction about the way your model is being performing. And finally, right. And the final thing is, once you have trained all your model, you have version control, you have tracked your data, tracked your models, everything, you need to share it with your teammates. You need to share it with your manager. You want to share it with the world. For those who are starting out in machine learning, try to share as much as possible. The more you share, the more credible you're gonna be, and the easier it's gonna get a good package job. Okay, making sense? So we have this product called report, which is basically a text editor. You can you don't need to take screenshots of the charts. You can just open a media panel, import all the data directly in the editor, and you can share it with everyone. Right, now these are some of the drive-home questions, which are basically, you need better tooling, you need to track your experiments, you need to think about the data, the different versions, the model, the different versions, and so, right? So these are some of the drive-home questions. I hope you have learned something. I have just scratched the surface. I would say that, yeah, like if we had better internet access here, we would have done the whole thing together. But no worries. If you have any questions about weights and biases, about machine learning, or maybe if you want to have maybe ask something in general, you can reach me out on my Twitter account, which is Ayush Thakur 0. Yeah, that's it from my end. Any questions? At least one question. Okay, yeah.
And before that, seniority. Why did you choose Resident 50 for 28 plus 2?
I have it laying around, so.
You had it laying around when you chose.
I was thinking of writing my own small model, but
Lazy and all, you know. Even engineers are lazy. Go ahead.
yeah. So like I was considering because it's gonna take time to train. I think. Yeah, I will be lazy. Yeah, question.
The charts that you showed in the width and bias page, I find those really interesting and really useful. However, often I need different levels in the charts, not the ones that are given. So is there a way to change the level names in the charts? Could you please show the charts, the graphs? Yeah.
Yeah, what label you want to?
Yeah, maybe the steps or.
Oh, you can go to the edit panel.
Okay.
You can name it my.
Okay.
You need to do this chart, x-axis. So
Okay, fine.
you can write whatever label you want.
Fine, sure. That is.
LaTeX for the label. Yeah. We have the expressions which I guess support some of the LaTeX.
It's not an example.
I can raise a feature. Yeah. Any other question? Any question from the back? Anyone?
I have.
Yeah.
You also talked about production monitoring, right? Yeah. So let's say I have deployed a model somewhere. Let's say Kubernetes engine or some other managed service. Now, if I wanted to, incorporate actionable or production level logging, let's say what's the latency, what's the throughput, what are the request payloads. If I want to log all of that, how do I do that? Like, do I use the vanilla 1db.log or what's the recommended practice?
Yeah. So I would say 2 points here. One point is that we are working on production monitoring as a feature, as a product. I think that are you using like Grafana or something like that for
Yeah, so for logging things from a Kubernetes cluster, we are using Grafana.
Yeah. So recommended is 1db.log. Yeah. So any low level logging will require 1db.log and that should be good enough.
Yeah, I mean the things that we are.
So like say, sorry to cut you, but say if you have a scalar value that you want to log, maybe you can do 1db.summary instead of log.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, what I was thinking, the stuff that we are not logging to widths and biases, for that we are using Grafana. Like take all the raw stuff out from your Kubernetes cluster and log all the raw stuff from Grafana so that we can later filter it out and log all the salient stuff to widths and biases. So what I was thinking, let's say you wrap something, let's say you are calling your endpoint.predict some request payload and you are wrapping with some other widths and biases API. Now, 1db API should be able to track everything and give me all the things that are probably necessary for the endpoint. So that's where I like 1db call. If I provide it, it knows everything, right? That's all right. Yeah.
I will come with a better answer to that. Any more? Anyone? Okay, cool. So that's it from my. That's my workshop. Again, if you want to reach out, you can reach out. I would love to solve your queries. Thank you for your time and attention. I appreciate the patience for with the issues and everything. Yeah, that's it.
Those who are the part of hackathon to come in my website in the first floor. And please be quiet while you are coming to the near the stage.
এই আমাদের ওরিয়েন্টেশন এরকম তো তারপরে ছিল না শেষের দিকটা সবাই সবাই সব স্টুডেন্টদের নিয়ে দাঁড়িয়ে
Cyanogen, Dino Wizard, Dino Wizard,
Yes.
Wizards, Hackathons, Morse coder, Optimizers, Silence. Optimizer, Silencer, Tech Exploit, Trailblazer, Frozen Cache. Yes or no? Team, yes or no?
ফুটবল না না কোডিং এর কম্পিটিশন
That's the 10 teams, so they'll continue.
কোডিং কম্পিটিশন এখানে হবে না ক্লাস হ্যাঁ নিয়ে ও আচ্ছা এখানে তখন সব কিছু আছে
for the project showcase for the hackathon. Here's a very quick announcement. One of our community partners, Devs and Dungeons, is doing a giveaway, and the rules of the giveaway are very simple. But before that, I'll tell you what is the prize. The giveaway prizes are coffee mugs, customized with the brand name of the company which has sponsored them, right? So what you have to do, there are 3 points. First is you have to follow Devs and Dungeons. It's actually the handle is devs_dungeon on Twitter. Yeah, and then you also have to follow GDZ Cloud Call on Twitter. Yeah, that was not a condition set by us, but it's there. They have said it. Thank you. And you need to join their Discord community, which we will share with you the links in the today's post-event wrap-up mail. Right. So we'll share with you the details of this link, and you have to. They have made a tweet for this. All you have to do is go ahead and tweet that, retweet that tweet, and if possible, yeah, you have to tag 3 friends in the comments, and 3 lucky winners will win exclusive coffee mugs and stickers from their community. Okay, so we will send you these details on the wrap-up mail as well, so that you can participate in it, and the winners will be announced tomorrow.
ঠিক আছে, ওখানে দেখ কেউ যদি ভিডিওগ্রাফি বা ফটোগ্রাফি করে, আমি তো চাই না, কারণ আমি তো অন্য ইভেন্টে বাইরে আছি, ওই কারণে। তোর কাছে ডিজে স্যারের নাম্বার আছে? আচ্ছা, মনীষ স্যার, মনীষ স্যার, মনীষ স্যার, হ্যালো, বলছি মনীষের কথা বলতে। উন্নয়ন চলছে, খেলা হবে। এটা দেখি মনে করিস আমাদের পড়া নতুন সিনেমা। সিনেমা হচ্ছে ওই হলগুলো এরকম বলেন सब कोडिंग मिले यार থালি সিস্টেম করেছিল, দিচ্ছিল রাইস ছিল, তারপর জল ছিল, জল রাইস ছিল, বেরোবো 5টা সময় বেরোবো, তারপর আবার কালকে সকালে কালকে ওটা আমি 6টার মধ্যে
Good evening, everyone. Our team coding reboot will now be demonstrating our application, Connected, which goes by the motto of connecting. So taking a very brief example, we have so many amazing developers here today, right? So what do I do if I want to connect with each one of you or most of you here? I go to you individually and I ask you about your LinkedIn profiles, or you tell about your other profiles. And it's a tedious process, right? And our app connector is a perfect solution to this problem, where we can connect with all the people around us with just one tap in our cell phones. Now our teammates Shubhayu and Priyashu will be demonstrating the working of our app.
Okay, so if you guys have noticed two guys running around at the back trying to make people install applications, it was us. We were trying to make you install our application, this one, Connect, which is basically to help everybody connect seamlessly across each other, share your social links while you have a meaningful conversation with everybody nearby. So the main concept is that it has a profile page which has your name after you sign in with a Gmail ID. It has your bio, it has your about. We currently support 4 social links. One is LinkedIn, GitHub, Portfolio, and your Twitter. We are looking forward to add more links in future. It has a toggle button at the very corner. The function is it lets you share the data or listen for other people sharing their data. So we wanted to make it work seamlessly. So we first started making this app for to support by NFC. But then we later realized NFC doesn't work, so we switched to nearby communication. So right now, as you can see, he just found a connection there. If he goes to his nearby connection, he sees someone called Sajid. And if he clicks on the name, it's going to add the names to their connections. And then if he please click on the name, anyone? So this shows all the social links there. You didn't even have to touch your phone. You didn't have to do anything. But the link was shared with everybody seamlessly while you have a conversation with them.
Okay, so we have another feature that is it okay now? Okay, so we have another feature that we have an event section, upcoming events, where we have given this, and if we add the add event here, we can add in the event. Okay, so this is our app, and this is how we can help the community through this app. Thank you.
Excuse me. Hello. I have one question for you. So in your app, I can see you have restricted the down here. Yeah, I saw that in your app you have restricted your like connection types to only 4 of them. Suppose if I want to share my website or something else, then
see, we had 48 hours of time to build the prototype, so we thought to make it just for 4 stuff. And then we wanted to add new features. We also look forward to add a customizable button where you can add any link. Also change the name of the whatever the feature is. Maybe you could add the Twitter link and give the Twitter logo, put the name as your Twitter, and then you can share. And we also look forward to make a feature so that you can share somebody else's somebody you met in this community, and then share their social links as a card through your other third-party social application like WhatsApp, Facebook, things like that.
I have one.
Yeah.
So, how do you plan to finance it? What's the business proposal?
See, for that, we could implement it in applications like we have like for CCT Kolkata, like this. We could directly put it in the app and then integrate it that way. Or we could create a micro SaaS for list out events. People could use it in different events, connect it there, and then we keep using it.
So the model that Meetup, platforms like Meetup.
Right. Mostly like that.
I have one question.
Yeah.
So, like in the application, if someone wants to share their social media links, so basically they just turn on the toggle button, and anyone and everyone near them can view the links, right? What about privacy issues? Like, say for example, I do not want to share it with everyone. I want to connect, but I want to see who is viewing my data, something like that, or who is able to access my links. If I turn it on and anyone and everyone around me can view my links, that is a major privacy concern, right? What do you think about that?
Right. So we already did consider about it, but given the limited time constraint, we couldn't figure out an approach to that. But what we figured out is that when you open the app by default opens on listening port. So it doesn't transmit your data at the very beginning. You have to manually intervene and give a consent to share your data. And since the data will be shared to a nearby location, so for that you are one way sure that it's not going out of your reach. But we still do understand the limitation there, that it's still a question that if your data should be shared with the people you don't want to share with. Any more questions, anybody? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So thank you, Coding Reboot. Next, Cyanogen.
Hello.
Hello everyone. Today Team Anderson would like to present a project that is currently a market hot topic. With the integration of machine learning, fintech, and Web3, we have created the project Stochastry. It is a one-stop place for all your cryptocurrency monitoring, tracking, and prediction. Stochastry is a website where you can predict your cryptocurrencies, all the cryptocurrencies live. You can also go for a prediction which we have created by our model. Stop. As you can see that we have created the prediction model, and it is predicting in the backend part where we are fetching all your data, all the cryptocurrency data live, and it will predict via our model, via our algorithm live by taking all the details, considering all the details.
So as you have already heard that we have used machine learning to build the cryptocurrency module, a cryptocurrency prediction module. So we have used the Python. We have mainly used Python and TensorFlow and Keras framework to build a recurrent neural network or RNN using LSTM cells. Here we are using the Yahoo Finance module to fetch our data, cryptocurrency live data actually, and then we pre-process that, and then finally we predict the final data.
we set to tackle not one, not two, but actually more than 3 problems. All cryptocurrency prices at one place. There is no need to log in or register, and this website is open source. We are not collecting your data because Web3 is famous for privacy. Yeah, thanks for listening to us, and I hope you have a great day.
I have questions because I've worked on this platform. It's a mere replication of CoinDCX API that you have used, and everything is available. So, what is a winning factor of your application? Because as we can see, like for any kind of cryptocurrency, there are what you can say like break even points. How do you get about it? Like, how do you define the break points?
So the breakthrough which I would like to explain that CoinDCX, as you have mentioned, CoinDCX prediction platform is that might be free or might not be free. What our website stands from others is completely free. You can just go to the website. You don't have to register. You don't have to give a wallet information, and you can just use the model. You can just track your cryptocurrency prices. We have a very simple design, and that's intentional. From beginner to advanced level experts, everyone can use this website without any help.
Okay, so the second question would be that as you are giving it for free, what benefit you would be having in terms of your business? Because you have to run your bills. How would you do that?
We are currently not working on it. We are currently not thinking about our benefits right now because this website is built on a hackathon, and we aim to keep it free until and unless we cannot afford it. Later on, we have some future aspects where we might want to improve our prediction model, we might want to improve our website, and then we can talk about if we cannot keep it for free as well. But right now, it's completely free, and we intend to keep it free as long as possible.
Yeah, one more question would be that in terms of UI, you have used React in front end.
Yes.
And in back end, probably machine learning in terms of integration.
Yes.
Was it easy or like, was it seamless or it took time?
It was seamless, but what actually you were asking, can you just repeat the question?
No, I would like to know like, was the entire journey seamless or like, was it easy for you?
No, obviously the journey was not at all easy because we had faced a lot of problems integrating a React website with a Flask website that is hosted at the backend. We had a lot of problems, and if you go to our code base, we had created a mini API. You can also use that API, but for that you need to have an API key for that. You can also use that API to fetch your data, and you can even fetch from our model.
Okay, so for in terms of business, what you can do, I was looking for this point itself, that you can have a limited number of API calls, and it goes surpasses, you take a amount from that. Then you can have a business model.
We are working on it actually because we haven't thought of so many future aspects till now. But this is not a project only for hackathon. We are thinking of considering it to the next level. Apart from the normal website UI, there are some security changes also which we would like to implement for better enhancement.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions?
As from what I understand, this is a time series model. So for this, what are the kind of data cleaning and feature engineering you have applied?
Okay.
Yeah, as for this prediction, I think this is a time series model.
Yes, yes.
And so for that, what are the kind of data cleaning and the feature engineering that you have applied on the data set? Or you have just used the raw data?
Okay, we have mainly used the final 5-year data, and we are keeping the final prices, like the point we are taking the prices from the year finance API. We are using that. We are using the date, and also we are using the volume. We just use that filter only to predict the final model.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Dino Wizard.
Hello.
Start.
Hello everyone. So me and my friend Kushal, we are part of the team Dino Wizards, and we had decided to make something. Since we have been into web from the very beginning, so we thought of making something that helps people access the web more seamlessly and makes it inclusive for everyone. So we thought that there are people like, let's say, suffering from dyslexia or people with color blindness who probably cannot access every website to its fullest potential because they have certain restraints in terms of fonts, colors, etc. So with that, we thought of creating a Chrome extension that will allow the users to modify fonts, to modify font sizes, change colors as per their needs, so that they can access the websites, as per their ability and how much they want to. So to give a brief demonstration on how our extension works, I would ask Kushal to continue.
Hello. Yeah, thank you. Firstly, what would a dyslexic person has the different kinds of problems, and also what they would have difficulties in their daily life. So we are starting. So we develop an extension from which we can generally change different font size, which will be helpful for different dyslexic persons for seeing the different things. Like if I'm changing the font size, we can change in any web page the font size, and which will be helpful. And also we can change the font style. Also we can it will be more accessible for different. And also for some person there will be, we can also remove the, for some persons there will be there are some dyslexic person who have some problems, like they're distracting from some of images, and also we can remove the images, and also we can add the images. And for special features we can able to the web page, we can listen the web page and we can change the rate. Currently it's not showing. And also we can highlight the links for which will be helpful for the dyslexic person for changing. And also we can change the background color. We can change the font color and also highlight the paragraphs. So this will be helpful for dyslexia person. Thank you.
Yes. So if I'm not wrong, dyslexic person have problem in reading the words. So merely highlighting it, will it solve the issue?
No, we have. We are doing some research. So we saw that there are some certain, like these fonts. There are some special fonts which probably people with dyslexia usually have. Like if these fonts are used, it is easier for them to read the web pages. And the other ones, it's not just for dyslexia. As I said, we have people like who are colorblind as well. So, or let's say, for example, there are some drawbacks for which they can't access. So some people may need highlighting of links. Let's say, for example, people who are elderly. So for them, they can also.
So mainly you're targeting the accessibility users.
On a general note, we want the web to be more accessible to others.
Okay, so there will be WCAG guidelines which you need to follow for your the guidelines which will be helpful for you to implement the extension more better. So you'll have those like how the links and those things should appear in the reading. So I would suggest you, like, if you further work on it, you follow those guidelines and try to implement more on it.
Sure.
So that will be like a little more helpful. Anyone?
Thank you so much.
Hello everyone.
Hello everyone. So we are Team Hackathon. We have created a healthcare app that can predict disease. Okay. So we have integrated two types of authentication. One is Google and one is email authentication. So in our app, there are many features like BMI calculator, heart disease prediction, breast cancer prediction, and one is PPG. So the BMI calculator calculates the BMI of a person and it checks whether a person is fit or not. So next comes the PPG. Okay. So PPG, it's photoplethysmogram. What it does is it calculates the heartbeat of a person through camera. So if you place your finger on the camera, so based on the sensor will detect some readings, and based on those readings, it will calculate the heartbeat of a person. Okay. So this is the demo. So when you place the finger, and the flash should be on, so that the sensor gets good reading. So based on the sensor reading, it will calculate the heartbeat of a person. Okay. So do you have any questions? Okay. Yeah. Yes. Sir.
My first question would be like, who is the target? Like, why are you doing it? You're mixing up, jumbling up so many things in one product. What exactly is the goal?
So actually, it aims like in the pandemic situation, the people were not supposed to go out; they need to stay at home. So it is a very good method to like calculate the heartbeat in your home. So everybody, I think they can use web to know what are the accurate reading, like what are the needed heartbeat, like what should be the heart reading. So he or she can read the heartbeat, and he will ensure like if he has a good heartbeat or not. So he can consult his doctor based on that.
Okay.
Okay.
How reliable is the data collected from this method? Like, don't you think that if, say for example, I'm trying to measure my heart rate and it shows me 1000 BPM, and like, don't you think it would actually go to 1000 looking at that data? Like, I mean, I would be panicked, right? So people would be panicked looking at the wrong data, and that would end up increasing their heartbeat more. So
yeah, actually it's now it is in beta stage, so we will try to improve the readings as much as possible. Of course, the medical equipment have much more accuracy, but it is just for like using it at home. It is not for the commercial purpose. It is just for the benefit of the society. Okay. So next comes the heart disease prediction. So based on some readings.
I was expecting more on the breast cancer prediction that you had in the UI. How are you exactly predicting that?
I trained the model using TensorFlow. I collected the dataset from Kaggle, and I trained the model using TensorFlow. So I use artificial neural networks to build the model, and then I used Fast API to deploy the model.
So what are the inputs that you're taking from me?
Like there are many inputs like the radius, concave radius. There are many parameters for the breast cancer.
So that is the input that I have to give from my end on the UI, right? And what if I don't have the proper apparatus to, give the proper radius?
Yeah, it will give the normal readings.
Okay, all right.
You mentioned about Fast API, okay. So why Fast API? Like, what is so specific about it?
Because the machine learning models are well trained on Python, and actually it is trained on Python, and it can be deployed using Python easily. So that's why I use Fast API.
Only that, and why didn't you use Flask? Like both of them are similar itself.
Because I'm familiar with Fast API, and I think it is much more convenient to use Fast API than Flask, and it has more plugins as well.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, Morse coder. Ready? Ready? Start.
Okay, a very good evening to everyone. Hi, I am Raj Shah. I am a solo teammate of my team that's named Morse Coder, and my project name is Watcher. It is basically based on the education project theme. So first, let me tell you about what Watcher is actually. So Watcher is a platform to prevent the cheating in Google Form by securing it with a tag changing detections and terminating the user sessions once this crosses the click of limit. This platform is made for teachers, schools, and colleges who conduct their test quizzes via Google Form. And basically, in the pandemic sessions, we have seen that many of our tests has been taken from Google Forms. So this is basically our website, web platform where that's named Watcher. So let me show you how it works. We can see that here is our service, about us, and contact sessions are there. And any user can easily get access with our website, as all of the demos are given over there. So let me first enter my name. So as a user of Watcher, I am just entering in it. So first I get read the instructions below. These are the rules and regulations that are provided to us to use this web platform. So on clicking got it, we will get our exam time form. Exams G form, in which it is in full screen mode so that the user can't be able to close the page or do anything. So if we try to escape it, it again shows all the instructions. And now if the student try to find out the answer of the questions, and he changes tab 3 times, first time it will give an notification that you have changed your page 1 time, and after doing it in 3 times, your session will get terminated, as you can see. So if anyone is trying to disable their JavaScript, then also it is not going to be work. And if someone try to again reload the page and enter again, then also it's not work, because as all the data are stored in the session is storage. So that's all from my side. If you guys have any question, please.
How many concurrent connections can it handle?
Yep. Could you please repeat it?
How many concurrent connections can it handle? So how many tests? Say if in a school I want to conduct a test for 1,000 people. Okay. Will it be able to tackle it?
Yeah, it can be tackled, because all of the users are going to be use it separately on their platform, so it can take it. No issues.
And again, is it only for web, or is there is a mobile version for it?
It is also working in mobile also, but it is in web version still. We didn't launch any app or something like that. Okay.
The idea is nice, but like I have one query regarding, say for example, someone is giving a test on this, and like you mentioned, they cannot disable JavaScript, it will still work. But say for example, if someone has a dual monitor setup, like I'm thinking of various scenarios, right? would it be able to handle such scenarios? Because if you think that I'm not changing my tab, I'm on the same window, but on the other screen I have something else running, something like that. Like, are you considering scenarios like this where you detect different types of movements, or are you only using the tab control, active tab thing? Like, are you just checking if the tab is active? If not, then you are like trying to detect the plagiarism, or are you considering various other scenarios as well?
Yes, in case if a person uses a dual monitor, then they have to log in with the same web app, and then it will take that two entries of that user. And
no, I mean, like, if someone has the exam running on one monitor and they are looking at answers on different monitor or something like that. Like, I'm asking you whether you are using the active tab configuration.
No, there is no such way, because he can do it basically like that.
No, so I'm just asking, how are you detecting? Like, if the tab is active, then you are saying that it's okay. Yeah, okay, got it.
Thank you. Okay, I guess people were happy at the, like, people were sad at the start of it because he was trying to stop you from cheating, and at the end you were happy because Sahil helped you cheat. So you have the idea how to beat these kind of apps, okay?
Take exploit. Take exploit. Guys, take exploit. Yeah.
Hello, this is expert here, and what we have created here is a network automation engine. So we had this idea for a long time back, and we were like had demos of it, but we finally brought it to a real form. So as you can see, Carnage is a network automation tool, and it can do a lot of different things. But we will not explain what it can do and what it is. We're just going to show you some of the demo. So here you can see that what I have written here, the command here. I'll just gonna explain the command. So Carnage, and we are using the T flag to basically perform a TCP scan, and these are our targets: google.com, tcs.com, brainwayuniversity.ac.in, and exploit.com. So these all of the targets are related to us or this event in any way. So you can see that Carnage started scanning our targets. So this is a tool used for network penetration tests, but it can be used for a lot more different things. As I have said, it is an automation engine. Some of you have must be aware of the Nmap tool. this is not made to compare or defeat Nmap, but it is totally something different and it can do lots of different things. To follow up with the tool, you can basically go to the link called carnage.7ragnarok7.tech. I'll just share you with the link. But before that, I'm going to tell what exactly it did. It scanned for the open ports in our targets, and you can see that there were 3 open ports in google.com, and you can see that there were 3 open ports in tcs.com, and you can see that it also scanned for our university name, Railway University, and you can see that there were so many open ports here. Now, port scanning is a initial phase of a ethical hacking life cycle where an attacker tries to gain information on their targets. So one thing interesting you can see here is that we have the database port open here. So this is the information that an attacker uses to connect to a database. Now we are running short of time, so this is the results of our port scan. Now one of the things that we can do after getting this information is that we can hack into our target. Let me just show you. So yeah, we just hacked into our university website live, and let me just show you. Yeah, I think sorry. Yeah, you can see that we listed all the databases of our university. Now, this is not totally ethical to do, but I have an authorization to do this. Now, this is just one of the things that Carnage is able to do. To follow, you can just visit this URL and you can get it.
Time's up.
Yeah. That's about.
Okay, one quick question here.
Please, you can just follow along this link to get all of that out. Thank you.
Yeah. So you created the tool on your own?
Yeah.
How much time did it took?
We had some ideas before, so it took some time. Actually, we created it in 36 to 48 hours. So, and we were optimizing the different things.
What's the web URL for it?
It is entirely a shell. It is a CLI based tool. So the URL is just for running the documentation here. We have hosted the documentation on how you can use the tool. But this is like basically an automation engine, and it totally depends upon how good you are at automation. You can do like different things with this tool.
Okay. Which you have built in which programming language?
It's entirely built in Python, and each and every module, like we have not, we have our own algorithms behind this. So we have defined our own algorithms for different users.
Okay. So apart from port scanning, what are the things? I would suggest, like, if you have some kind of script ready, or like a template where some set of operations can be performed, it can be useful for beginners.
Yeah, it can be definitely done. As you can see that we have a very like comprehensive guide here how you can use it, and like some of the examples, I'm just explaining a use case. What do we do when we try to find out DNS or IP addresses of different websites? We go to different websites and we search what is the DNS IP, what is the IP address of this domain name. Carnage can basically perform that operation in batch, and it will return you the output in a JSON format. So you don't even have to clear the data. You can directly take the output and feed it into some other visualization platform without any need of cleaning the data. So it's one of the features that Carnage can do. It can do a lot more, but it's one of the features.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
Thank you. Okay, next, Trailblazers.
More one. Total force 6683. Join. Join. Video. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
So good evening everyone. This is Team Trailblazers with our project AP4. So we have created an instant API creation tool where new to front-end developers can create instant APIs for their web applications when they don't have any knowledge on backends, and also they don't want to use any backend as a service like Firebase or Superbase.
So this is the dashboard. This is the home section, and then we'll be redirecting to this. There are actually three sections: dashboard, then where the APIs will be listed, the user which will create, and then there will be a create section where the user actually can create custom APIs, and in the HTTP test section, the user can test their APIs. So let's create one.
So while he is creating, let me explain how we got this idea. So I have seen many of my friends who are just started learning front ends and they want to create any web app like which is dynamic and they don't have any kind of backend knowledge. So what they do, they just follow some tutorials. They just got the HTTP link and they try to test it. But unfortunately, those links have some rate limitations or maybe that is not even working. So what they try to do, they will start learning backend. So that is a tedious process and long process. So we thought we can help them just by taking what they want from the data, and then we will just give them some instant API endpoints which they can use to create their own API. And when they are done with that, they can dispose the API. Or if they just want to keep that backend, they can just export the code, which we have not implemented just because we don't have the time. But in future, we are thinking to introduce this thing.
So now we have like in the path section we have done we have just added the path, and in the schema section we have added the JSON object. So now we have to create it. So the API is created. So in the dashboard section we can see that our API is created, and if we click on this URL, we can check that out also. So see, this is a JSON response that we have got from the API endpoint.
So this is all about our API. Hope you like it, and good evening.
Hello. Yeah, I have one question. So if I'm getting the product correctly, you are doing something like a 10-minute email for APIs, 10-minute API, something like that.
Have an idea like when you are done with the you can disclose, but if you want to further continue with your backend, you have sharing instance, you can just export the code and you can host it elsewhere. Or maybe you can add a button where you can just connect to your account and you can host it by just instantly clicking on that button.
Okay, so basically the API is hosted on your servers, or
Currently we have hosted this on our server, but we have faced two different things. Like if you want to use multiple users, then we have to allow authorization and authentication.
correct?
Then we will have to create multiple endpoints and multiple ports. So that is a tedious work. So we thought we can just create an name for extension. Then that will be a lot easier for user to create, and they can just use it on their local machines, and when they're done, they can just use it. But now we don't have the time to create it, and we don't have that much knowledge to create it on 40 hours. We just come with this work.
So how are you planning to scale it? Like say for example, tomorrow if you get 10,000 customers and they want to use your tool, because to be honest, I have not seen anything like this. There might be, but I have not, and I am intrigued by this. If I want to, like I create a project, I want endpoints, I'll use your platform. So how are you planning to scale it?
Our future planning is to create a base for extension. And currently we are covering only AWS, but in future we just want to introduce some OTP where we'll give them some templates like you can create an authentication model, or maybe you can just give them some kind of data set that they can assign their own data. And we will just put on our platform, and then we will just work on the base for extension. So that way we don't have to think about scalability just because they are using it on their local.
But it would be hosted on your server, right?
No, that will be hosted on my server.
Okay.
On their local.
Okay, got it. Yeah. Nice.
Do you have any more questions?
No, that's it.
Thank you. Next, Trojan has. Hello. So hello everyone. We are team Trojan Hash. I leader Aryan Shah and my team member Mohammad Shanawaz. So we choose the education team to build up the project for our hackathon. As we know that during the COVID-19 pandemic, the colleges started to conduct online examinations, as well as the cheating has increased rapidly due to the online examination. So we built a proctoring online tool so that it can detect the cheating in via face recognition model and can predict the live analysis to the professor dashboard. And we built something like a live analysis tool which can predict we built a live recognition tool which can predict the live analysis during the examination. So here is our tool. It is an online proctoring tool which uses face recognition to detect cheating live during the live examination. If you want to create an exam, you must register as a professor, and you can share the unique code to the students which they enter to access the examination. And whenever they start the examination, face recognition model opens up and it starts recognizing the face, and it has multiple features. So some important features of our model are like multiple face detections is there, and if during the exam if any student is trying to move out of the window, it detects that, as well as it has the tap change detection and self-hold detection with a dynamic dashboard which the professor can view the live analysis on the exam. And here are some future scopes our project which I have thought to implement in future, like creation of exam in the app itself. For now we are using an external link for a Google form or Microsoft form to create exam, and we have thought of integrating video calling support as well as class management and face verification into our application. Thank you. So here are some screenshots which we have of our application. So here is how the home page of the application looks like, and the register page is here. To register as an instructor, you can just click this instructor button and you will be registered as an instructor.
Okay, so good question would be, you have only meant for the COVID situation.
Yes.
So everybody is wearing mask. So how would you detect that person?
Not of the COVID detection. I am telling that.
I'm not talking about COVID detection. Somebody you want, somebody like ABC person comes in, he is wearing a mask.
Okay.
And they have a valid ID. Okay. But it is asking again and again, like you are not the person authorized to take the test.
So I didn't get your question.
If you are standing, you are wearing a mask. Okay.
Okay.
So the application starts. How will it recognize that you are the person who is there?
Sir, it doesn't have the recognition that it can identify who is the person. It can detect that if multiple persons are there in a window, or if the person is absent from window, or he is not in the range of window, it can detect that, but it can not detect that who is the person in this window.
So as you have mentioned, like this is specifically meant for not cheating. If somebody is taking a test on behalf of that person, what will you do?
Yeah, that the feature I have thought to implement in future, that the face verification system, in which if the any person register with his face ID, and when he start the exam, it will detect match the face ID, and then he can start the exam.
Thank you. Next, yes or no?
Yeah. पीछे खोल के लगाओ। हाँ, स्नेहांश भैया, इसका HDMI ले नहीं रहा, कन्वर्टर नहीं चाहिए। इसका जरूरत नहीं है। हाँ देखो ना सेटिंग्स में होगा, HDMI का कुछ सेटिंग्स है। स्नेहांश भी दूसरा लैपटॉप कनेक्टेड है उसमें।
हाँ हाँ इसको शेयर करके ठीक है।
शेयर करना होगा, फाइल शेयर करना होगा।
ঠিক ম্যানেজ করে করে ফেলে না না ওদের ওই আমাদের যে কম্পিটিশন গুলো তো আমাদের হ্যাঁ স্টুডেন্টরাই চোখ মারে
Hello, hello. Sorry for late. So, me is everything of team S1 no. So, if on things, if we share our medical data to the researcher, ML engineer, so they can find easily the cure of any disease, or any personalized cure. So, but there is the catch. When we use this centralized database, then lot of data phishing happen. Means the data sent to another provider, they send spam messages like 100% free medical checkup is up. So I make this for this. I make this Medidata data block. It is a blockchain-based decentralized database. So here, all the reports, user reports have their permission. No can edit, remove or access the data, access the report without user permission. So let's walk through this. So here is two login options. One is user. One. Huh? Sorry, time is over. Sorry, extremely sorry.
Yeah, so I can't connect my wallet over here. So is it only static web page right now?
No. Is this static means? No, you cannot connect without MetaMask. We have to install MetaMask extension for transaction and access the
Chrome browser, right?
Yes.
Okay, fine.
I can give an example.
So for this in backend, what is it? Neo blockchain? What blockchain technology is it?
Or the blockchain? Blockchain is a decentralized database library.
No. I'm not talking about the library. I am asking about, you might have used some kind of blockchain technology. Might be Neo blockchain, might be something else. What is the base of it?
What is the base?
বাংলায় বললে ঠিক হবে? হ্যাঁ, তবে আমি বাংলায় জিজ্ঞেস করছি যে তোমার যে ব্লকচেনটা বানিয়েছো, ঠিক আছে, ওটা তো তোমাকে একটা পার্টিকুলার কোনো একটা চয়েস করতে হবে না, ফ্রি থাকছে কি, মানে তুমি কিসের উপরে বেসিস করে বানিয়েছো? ইথেরিয়ামের উপর। আচ্ছা, পুরোটা ব্যাকেন্ডটা ইথেরিয়াম?
হ্যাঁ, পুরো সলিডিটি, একদম সলিডিটি ইথেরিয়াম।
আচ্ছা, গুড। এবার হচ্ছে গিয়ে ধরো ফার্স্ট টাইম আমি ঢুকলাম এটাতে, ঠিক আছে, ইউজার হয়ে ঢুকলাম। এবার তোমাকে টাইম দেওয়া হলো, তুমি একটু পুরো জিনিসটা বাংলায় বোঝাও, ঠিক আছে?
ওকে, সো আই প্লে দ্য ভিডিও।
হ্যাঁ,
সো ফার্স্ট এন্টার, so here is the connect wallet option. So meta is connection is established. So there is two option is I currently support only CSV data.
তুমি বাংলায় বলো, কোনো অসুবিধা নেই।
তো আমি এখন শুধু বানিয়েছি হলো CSV ডাটার জন্য, কিন্তু ফিউচারে আমি যে কোনো ডাটা অপশন একটা অ্যাড করতে পারি।
ঠিক আছে।
তো CSV আপলোড করেছি, CSV যে ডাটাটা সেটা অ্যাজ এ টেবিল এসছে ওখানে। এবার আমি সেভ অপশনে যখন ক্লিক করব, মেটাম্যাক্স ট্রানজাকশন হচ্ছে মিনস ব্লকচেইন ওটা আপলোড হচ্ছে ডাটাটা।
হ্যাঁ,
when I create one report all coming, so I go to last option, and here is the dashboard of each report. এখানে কি কি আছে? ID, address, provider details, add provider option, one report provider. তো add provider এ কি হচ্ছে যে আমি যে যাকে ডাটাবেসটা মানে আমার যে রিপোর্টটাকে অ্যাক্সেস দেব তার পাবলিক কিটা এখানে অ্যাড করতে হবে। আর এবার রিপোর্ট প্রোভাইডার মানে আমি যদি যে যাকে অ্যাক্সেস দিয়েছি তার থেকে রিপোর্ট করতে যাই, তাহলে আমি এটুকুই করতে পারি।
আচ্ছা, এবার আরেকটা জিনিস হলো, আমি ধরো
এই পুরো টেকনোলজিটাকে স্টার্ট করলাম 100টা পয়েন্ট ধরে, ঠিক আছে? ইথেরিয়ামে ধরলাম 100টা আছে। তো এটার মধ্যে বেস হচ্ছে যে কে হেড হবে, কেন কি যখনই আমরা এই এগুলো এক্সচেঞ্জ করি তো একটা তো অ্যালোকেট করতে হয় না, আমরা তো নিজেরাই মিন্ট করি পুরোটাই তো নিজেরা মিন্ট করি। তো ধরো 100টা 200টা যখন এই টার্মস অফ ইথেরিয়াম আমরা অ্যালোকেট করবো, তো এটা আসবে কোথা থেকে, কে জেনারেট করছে আর তোমাকে কে দেবে?
So basically, it's a not for normal user. We can provide to all free. Basically, public database. যেখানে ইউজার এবং মেইন প্রায়োরিটি তাকে শেয়ার করবে কাজ করবে না সেটা। এবার এটা যদি বড় একটা অর্গানাইজেশন হয়, বেসিক্যালি গভর্নমেন্ট অর অন্য কোনো অর্গানাইজেশন, তাহলে ওই জিনিসটা ফ্রিতে করতে পারবে, তার যে ডাটাটা পাবে মেডিকেল সেটা অ্যাক্সেস করতে পারবে তারা তাদের নিজের জন্য।
Okay, that was a lot of tech for today. Okay, tired? हाथ किसी ने नहीं उठाया, so tired. Okay, so yes, we won't be taking a lot of your time anymore. We will very quickly like to thank the people behind the event today. Right, there is a whole lot of volunteering team which was running all the time, and then we would also like to thank all our speakers. So going by chronologically by their sessions, we would first like to invite Abhishek Gandhi on the stage. And we'd also like to invite Nasira on the stage.
লাইট টাইপ কি করব?
Yeah, we have a couple of goodies for Abhishek Gandhi, presented to him by Nasira. Thank you, Abhishek Gandhi. Yeah, thank you. Okay, next I would like to call upon Sandeep to the stage, and with him Imran. Please. We would like to present Sandeep with a bucket of goodies. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Sandeep. Okay, next we would like to invite on the stage Ritik, and we would also like to invite on the stage Sahil. Thanks a lot, Ritik, for the amazing sessions and a lot of stickers that you got from Harness. They were provided by Ritik. Yeah. Thank you, Sahil. Thank you, Ritik. Okay, and last but not least, we'd like to invite on the stage Ayush. And with Ayush, do we have Saika in the house? Saika, please. Both of them are machine learning Google developer experts, by the way. From Kolkata. And both of them are from Netaji Subhash Engineering College. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Ayush. Thank you a lot, Saika. Okay, those were our speakers for today, and we will have more amazing speakers tomorrow. We'll have more amazing sessions tomorrow. Although, as I said, like all of you may not have got a pass for it because we had a very huge restriction. We almost got 4,000 registrations, right? 4,000, and that is to put that in perspective. To put that in perspective, I have been involved with the organizing team of DevFest 2019. Any of you remember that? DevFest 2019 and DevFest 2018 as well, right? So in DevFest 2019, we had just 2,000 participations, right? So this time we hit 4,000, which is double that record. And that was a record at that time. So you definitely understand how difficult it has been for us to decide that we will not be repeating the attendees between both days, right? That was just so that we could accommodate as many people possible in this event journey of 2 days. That is why we decided that on the first day there will be a different set of attendees, and on the second day there will be a different set of attendees. But then we also realized that we don't want you all to miss out on the content, which is why we will again be going live tomorrow at 9 a.m. Please do tune in. Please do listen to the amazing speakers and what beautiful content they have to share. Because these speakers you are seeing out here, they presented content to us during the selection. Out of more than 50 entries, we selected these people, right? And all of those 50 entries were amazing. I'll be very honest about this. I have selected talks for multiple events till now, and I have not got a better set of applications. Right? It was very tough to find these people, and it was even more tough to decide who was going to be here. Right? So thanks a lot everyone for coming on a rainy day, on a Saturday. A lot of you had placement issues. You had placements going on. A lot of you have examinations going on today. But yeah, thanks a lot everyone for tuning in and coming here, and all the people who have been dedicatedly watching us on the live. There are some people who have been on the live since the start of today's session, right, from around 10 a.m. And they have been on their screens for 7 hours now, almost 7 hours or 7.5, right? So yeah, those were some numbers I threw at you. And now I would like to end this. Thanks a lot to the entire volunteering team. Thanks a lot to all our speakers. Thanks a lot to all our sponsors. And a very big thanks to the team at Google Developer Relations who runs the Google Developers programs, which we are a part of, the GDC communities are a part of. And all the GDSCs who helped us. We had around 24, 25 community partners. And these partners not only helped us with reaching more audience, but they also were in most cases contributing to this event as volunteers. So we are very thankful to these leads and the communities that they brought with themselves. And we had community partners who are non-GDSCs as well, who participated in this. There's Hack for Bengal, who have given us a ton load of goodies, which you will get right now outside. And we were also joined by Devs and Dungeons. We were joined by Flutter Kolkata. If you're interested in Flutter, we can provide you the way to reach out to them. So thanking all these people and thanking all these communities, thanking everyone who put this show together. I'll take my leave with a final announcement that we will slowly start to go out of this hall. There are two desks outside, right? At one desk, you have to show your QR code to get your T-shirt for this event. All of you will be getting it. And at the other desk, you have to show your QR code again to get to choose between the goodies that we have for you. Right? There's a ton of stickers out there. Right? So thanks a lot. Please be seated. The front. Oh yes, I'm forgetting a very important thing. A group photo. Right? So yeah. So we will ask everyone to come on the stage. No, please be seated. Yeah, these guys were about to jump. Please be seated. Please be seated. Come to the front. Come to the front, guys. Yeah, everyone, please try to fill the seats in the front. Please don't leave any empty seats in these places, right? Otherwise, you will not be visible in the photograph. This is where we will actually take leave from our online viewers. We'll be ending the live stream now. So for our online viewers, this is a wrap up. Thank you. Live streaming team, please close it. We are done with the live stream. We will connect with you tomorrow again.